You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Larry Bird!
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee. I don't drink.
What's up, nerd family? Hold on, let me make sure. Make sure that my mic is plugged in. There we go. Everything's good. We're all good. What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Vet. It's good to have you with me here in the lounge tonight. Now, look, if this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and me and my friends can get together and talk about all the things that we love, things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys. I think I'm going to unbox this John Stewart Green Lantern DC Multiverse live on the air tonight, and we'll take a look at this. But there's some news stories out there. There's some things going on, and if those are things that get you excited, if those are things that get you pumping in the morning and just excited about life, you know. I said last night on the Cape Cast with those guys on Cinemachine that, you know, we look at these characters sometimes, and yeah, they're superhero characters, they're, you know, fantasy characters or whatever, but they're like family. And that's how we look at all of you guys, is like family, you know. Across the internet, we go. And so you are our internet nerd family. Sorry, I had some TikToks. I don't know if Dawson's watching, but Dawson, if you're watching, they're Coca-Cola. Just help yourself. Anyways, I had one before I came on. So anyways, if you like that stuff, please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell and join this growing group of nerds. Speaking of joining this growing group of nerds, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all of our patrons. Thank you so much. And of course, all of our members, you guys are fantastic. I have to update this. I noticed something weird happen. Sometimes I get notifications about people joining up and something doesn't show up for the next couple of days. So I did have a couple of people join up, it looked like. And so I gotta look at that and make sure that I got everybody updated on there. But hey, if you've joined the membership or you have joined the patron in the last couple of days or at all, hey, thank you. We really, really appreciate you guys. And we're so thankful for you guys for sure. And look, that's what it's all about. We're just a bunch of nerds who come together and we love this stuff. And so don't forget also, I got a bunch of stuff shipped out today for people, bunch of our giveaways and stuff that we do here. You know, look, we got giveaways that we do because we just love you. We just want to give you a little something back. You know what I mean? Like, we're not giving away PS5s around here. Who knows? Maybe one day we will. You know, maybe one day we'll grow the channel or something like that. But you know what? We just want to give you guys something back and let you know that we appreciate you, right? And so, excuse me, had a bunch of stuff go out today. So if you have won a giveaway here in the last month or so, know that all your stuff is coming to you. I boxed it all up and it's all going out. And speaking of things like that, don't forget this puppy right here. We'll be giving away this tomorrow night, the second one. I got 3 of these all together to give away. My family got ours, and they're suitable for framing. They look great. You can see here, they shine. Signed by the artist, Victor Koo himself. You can get one of these. H-Bart's just got one. And H-Bart's, your poster will be arriving shortly. So if you want one of these, look, it's got all the characters from the DCEU in it. You know, I mean, just goes back quite a ways with a lot of people here. And then I love this in the middle. Speaking of Green Lantern, you can see there the Green Lantern symbol kind of hidden in Darkseid's armor there. And so all you got to do to qualify for this giveaway tomorrow night will be to go ahead and either become a patron, become a member, or give a super chat of any kind, and you're automatically in the running for this. Also, for those of you who are patrons and members, you know that there are certain levels of things. So I know some of you guys have hit that level where you guys get a personal live stream with us. That's a thing. Also, look for this Saturday. I'm hoping to do our patron and member streams, which are private streams just for you guys. We take an hour and we just have some fun. And so look for that announcement. Also, tomorrow night, make sure to go over to the Nerd Queens channel where for League of Mayhem, and Tiffany will be on there, and I'll share a little something with you guys a little bit later about who they're going to have on, but that's going to be a great night. And you know, one of the things about the Nerd Queens channel and with that League of Mayhem thing is that you never know who's going to show up on that stream. You know, you just never know. And but I will show you who will be there tomorrow night, and that is here it is. Yes, featuring Kim Rhodes tomorrow night. So that's going to be a great stream. And you know, she is good friends with Ray Porter. So like I said, just don't know. You never know who might show up over there at League of Mayhem. But Tiffany will be there. And so you're going to want to check that out. Also, be looking for it because we're gonna do an all ladies night here at the Poindexter Lounge. I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to let Tiffany take the evening one night and just do whatever topics she wants to talk about. And I think that'll be cool, you know, because I've got my own passions and I've got my own things that I love to talk about. But Tiffany's got a whole list of her own shows and stuff. I mean, and when she discovers something, you guys all wonder like what Tiffany's doing while I'm streaming and putting videos together or whatever. You know, Tiffany has a very eclectic taste in movies and TV shows. I mean, she binged all of Mr. Robot. Her and Silent Scotty and Sophie were like on chatting it up about that and everything, you know. And then of course, you know, Tiffany had to get all of the pop vinyls for Mr. Robot, but you know, she did that. She loves Schitt's Creek and other shows and stuff. And so yeah, tune in because Tiffany will have some fun stuff to discuss, I'm sure. And but also, like I said, tune in tomorrow night. It's a special night. It's usually on Tuesday nights, but they're going to be doing this tomorrow night with Kim Rhodes. So make sure to stop by for that. All right. Well, we got some stuff we're going to talk about, and then a little later on, we're probably going to bring some of you guys in and let you guys tell us what you guys want to talk about. Absolutely, Sophie. Hey, you know, Sophie, maybe you can join in. You know, I'm sure Tiffany would love that. I'm sure Tiffany would love to have you. And yes, Collaborative Kiwi Studios, you are absolutely right. Kim was on Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, where Ray Porter did a guest spot, and so that's where they met. And so, yep. Look at Tiff coming right in there. Bam, 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 bam. She's like right in there. So there you go. Real quick, going to take a look at the chat and see who's here. What's up, Caleb? It says, hello, Enosh and everyone. Hope you all had a blessed day. I did. You know, I was really tired today. I slept a lot today. Like, even after I got up, I fell asleep on the couch. I was just kind of out of it. And, you know, you just have just kind of one of those, you know, blah days. Like, I wasn't feeling very well last night. And so I was up pretty late last night. You know, I didn't stream, but I wasn't feeling, I think I ate something weird. No, I didn't eat anything out of that mother box thing. So we still got a bunch of that stuff sitting in there. I'm just not sure. but yeah. So, but yeah, I had a good day. Just kind of rested, caught up on a couple shows with Tiff. And now we're here. That's why we got started a little later tonight. Captain James Biggins, what's going on? Says, Lewis Cox says only 12 minutes. All right, then. Superheroes fandom. Hey, one of our newest member, actually, Superheroes fandom. Welcome to you. He was on the show last night, and very glad to have you. And yes, we will schedule that time where we can have our one-on-one. For sure. Yep, not on mute tonight, Caleb. Runs with Caesars. Good to see you. So let's just mess with him and say he's muted. You guys are funny. Brian, Master of None. We're going to hear from him tonight. We're going to hear from RJ tonight. Says, what's up, everyone? Who else is here? Brian Hopped. Good to see you. Kinky Sphincter's in here. Always good to see Kinky Sphincter. Anthony Beltray. You know what's so cool is to see so many of you guys in here and see so many members in here. I love that. I love that. And membership has its privileges. And don't forget, that's one thing I was going to say too. You know, if you guys want to throw together something that you think would be a cool emoticon, don't forget we're having a little contest. I want to get a few of these together so I can put it up and have people vote, because we have 2 spots for 2 new emoticons for the chat that you guys can use. And so all it has to do is be square and 1 megabyte. And you can email that to poindexterlounge@gmail.com. So make sure to do that right away. If you just want to even just whip something up, even if, you know, you're like, I'm not an artist or whatever, but you just got a funny idea or whatever, send it on to me. All right. And so, and then we're going to put them up to a vote and, you know, and have some fun with that. Okay. So do that. Hey, what's up, Lewis Cox? Good to see you up in here. Let's see who else is in here. Runs with Caesar says, FYI peeps, if you're not watching Auntie Donna's Big House of Fun, hold on, I'm reading this weird. Auntie Donna's Big Ol' House of Fun on Netflix. What the H are you doing with your life? That's funny. I'll have to check that out. I haven't seen that. 187, good to see you in here. Good to see you in here tonight. Black Ops, always good to see you. Enosh, do I get a bonus for the last stream? You know what? I'll tell you what. Yeah, if you want a bonus, I'll definitely give you a bonus. We'll shotgun that bonus real quick.
Gotta shotgun this bonus over here. Come on.
So there you go. Jesse Allen, always good to see you. What's going on? Okay, or I hope I get that right. Okay, good to see you. Yep, I'm not muted tonight. Music Man, always good to see you in the chat. It says, hey, Nash was getting ready to have a Mortal Kombat double feature, but once I found you were on, had to come, and I wonder, will we end the show weird tonight? I hope. You never know what might happen in the Poindexter Lounge. That's a great thing about the lounge, right? I mean, we never know where things might go and how things, you know, might end. We mentioned Collaborative Kiwi Studios. Good to see you. H Barts, look at H Barts with a $5 super chat right off the bat. Says, hey, Enosh, on break at work, so I'm going to give you a super chat while I can. Oh, thank you, H Barts. I love you, H Barts. H Barts is great. So I appreciate H Barts, and let's see, which one should I give you? Which one should I give you? We want to give you a Kermit one, because those Kermit ones are just for you, and I got to get some more. Let's see, maybe because of one of the topics that we're talking about tonight about HBO Max and all that stuff. We'll give you this one.
Look, violence is never the answer.
It's the solution.
And you know what? And just in case, because I know you're on break, you know what? We think you're beautiful just the way you are.
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
That's Phantom Indie over on TikTok. Go give them some love. Nick Hammond, what's up? Good to see you, man. Hey, your DVDs are on their way. What's up, Zeno? Good to see you. No free PS5s. Okay, I'm leaving. One day. The Ashman. Hey, you know what? Yes. So I apologize. Like I said, I wasn't feeling well last night. That's why I didn't stream. And so I did end up seeing your DM much later. I definitely want to be on Kent Farm for sure. So let's talk about that and arrange that. Last night, I was on Cape Cast, and we went over part 5 of Zack Snyder's Justice League. And if you haven't seen that, go over. I'll put a link in here in just a few minutes for that. But definitely go over and check that out. What's up, Melissa? Good to see you, Melissa, for sure. Bradley, good to see you. Tony, hey man, I think you should have been the thing if you can, man. If you want to jump on, man, I sent a link, or message me. What's up, Christian? Good to see you. You do suck. Good to see you. Will Andy show up? Not tonight, hopefully. People are, who knows. But what's up? Oh, I love physical media. Yes. What's up, Kobe Dog? Good to see you. I think I missed some stuff here. Hold on a second. I think oh my goodness, man, it like really jumped on me. I wish you guys could sometimes see what we see here in StreamYards, because like StreamYards just gets like really weird sometimes. And it just like the whole chat just disappears, man. It just goes crazy. You know what? Yes, Tiffany and I and the boys are vaccinated, and we're doing well. Yeah. Yep. We're doing really well. We got the Moderna one as well. Let's see who else here. Ozymandias, what's good to see? What's up? What's up? Good to see you, I should say. Oh, this is cool. I just found out that the Supergirl movie got a Warner Archive Blu-ray today. I'm so sad Warner Archive is shutting down. Yeah, you know, that's something we can talk about tonight. H. Bartz with another $2 super chat says, Salt Shaker versus Chat Marbo Dawn of Plunger. You know what I love? I love the in-jokes that have risen over the last while here on the channel that you guys are so awesome. So there you go. Just for you, H. Bartz. Get the Salt Shaker of love going for sure. What's up, Proby? Kim Rhodes killed in the role of Jodie Rhodes in Supernatural. You're my firsties on the panel. There you go. Oh, you guys talking about that? Yes, Tiff, she'd be down for that. Awesome. We'd love to see Sophie here on the channel. Frank E, good to see you. Frank E, what's up, everyone? Says that. Anthony Chobot, good to see you. Absolutely welcome. Yeah, glad to add you on Twitter. Proby, look at Proby 1236 is our newest YouTube member. Welcome, Proby. Good to see you. Good to have you as our newest member. And we always love adding new people to our list of family. And your name will be added to that. So I really appreciate that. You guys I can never stress to you enough how much it means, the love that you guys show me and my family. And yeah, it means a lot. All right. So every super chat, every new member, every new patron, and just every viewer, every subscriber, you guys mean the world to us, and we appreciate you. Even you, Josh Gad. All right. Even you. All right. We'll give you that. What's up? I want to bring my buddies in here in just a second, but a pissed bin Senin says, hi Inesh, can I have a request for you? Can you show the full design of the t-shirt you are wearing now with standing full screen? Remove the earphone and in front of you. Remove the earphone. Well, I mean, it's just a t-shirt, so yeah, I mean, you can see the. I'm not gonna take my headphones off, but see, that's the full design right there. Dun, 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 dun. There you go. Yes, man, your hoodie's on the way, man, but it's Canada, so I don't know. It might take a couple of days to get there. But yes, I ordered that. I had that ordered and put in, man, over a week ago. So for sure, man, it is on its way to you. What's up, Ryan? Always good to see you. Did you defeat Cobra Commander since his head is on a spike? Yes. He is defeated. Yeah, you know, that's a bummer. I am such a fan of physical media, and everybody knows that. And you know, I get it. That I just well, let's talk about this when we get everybody in here. But I agree, and we can talk about that. Oh, something happened. H Bartz with a $5 super chat says, I'm glad you and Matt are not streaming at the same time. It's always a challenge to choose. I appreciate that. You know what? I appreciate the fact that we are that we are thought of in that way in somebody's heart, because I used to watch Matt Jarbo back in the day, and you know what, that makes me feel good when I see that people, you know, care about what we're doing. So oh, okay. And I haven't seen yet what level you are on this, but I did the wrong level at first. So there we go. So yep. So Proby's still here as our newest member. So welcome. All right. Yay, Proby. Love how Tiff's in the chat right now. All right. Well, I'm gonna bring my friends in, and we're gonna talk about some stuff. What's up, RJ? What's up, Brian? Good to see you guys tonight.
Hello.
How you guys doing?
What's happening? Doing pretty good.
Doing
all things
very
considered.
well. Very well. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of just like a weird day, right? I don't know. I mean, for me,
So it's been a weird few hours, I would say.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
I got home and Twitter was crazy.
Oh man, yeah. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But before we jump into that, like, yeah, this thing of Warner Brothers, like, kind of getting rid of the old archive stuff, man, as far as physical media. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I did not even hear about this until it was brought up. I had no clue they were shutting it down.
Man, it's got to there has to be some kind of like historical like preservation society type thing to kind of like step in and say, hey man, you guys can't do this. Like, there's so much history in that film vault. Like, it's,
I know, man.
Yeah.
I know. You know what's frustrating?
I mean, I understand.
I feel like it's going backwards, because like that's been one of the beautiful things about physical media, about having home media like that. I mean, even back to the 80s, right? When they first started putting out, video cassettes, of like Betamax and even, I mean, even back then they were trying to be able to make movies. I think that's why we have such a boom in pop culture of people with movies and with, these things, because we can watch them all the time. Right. And I feel like, I mean, like, because, like, I remember being a kid at Star Wars. The only way that you could see Star Wars when I was a kid was when they re-released it. Right. And so they would put it back in theaters for a short theatrical run, and you could go see it there, and that was going to be it, but you couldn't bring it home. Every once in a while you heard of somebody who had like a, the old reel to reel, and they'd have like a reel to reel of some movie or whatever, but I mean, that was it. Right. And, but then, man, with VHS, it blew up. Hey, look at there. H-Bart's been around so long, and now he's a member.
Welcome, buddy.
H-Bart's, yeah, woohoo! That's 2 memberships already. I like that, man. This is going to be a good stream. Thank you, H-Bart's and Proby. So glad to have you guys both here on the membership. And oh my gosh, did he really? Tiffany says H-Bart's went full Poindexter. Oh my gosh, that's the highest level that we have. Thank you, H-Bart's. You are the man. I tell you what,
man.
H-Bart's is just. I think it's so funny. Like he'll tweet me and Jarbo, man, and just be like, "Hey, my bank called me again. They're worried because I'm giving you guys so many super chats. Like, they're gonna shut me down." I'm just like,
well, here's a fun thing about like physical media. Like, here's a story of my first copy of Return of the Jedi. Okay, since Star Wars content.
Hey, speaking of full Poindexters, though, hold on. Speaking of full Poindexters, here's another one. Oh, look at there! Look at that guy! Look at that guy wearing a Poindexter Lounge shirt. Look at that!
Fantastic.
Hey, nice.
How you doing, bud?
Check it out.
Good.
Yes, and when you go full Poindexter, that means for every month that you are at that level, you get a T-shirt. You get a Poindexter Lounge T-shirt. So we got quite a variety there, and so awesome. But
no, like, do you guys ever remember recording stuff onto a VHS cassette tape?
Oh, heck yeah!
From a television show or like a movie premiere, okay. So my first copy of Return of the Jedi was the network television premiere, and we left the commercials in.
Oh, heck
so
yeah!
We're talking
are those
like
VHSs like the original versions of Star
yes,
Wars?
They are. Yes, they are. I've got 2 full sets of.
I had the Empire Strikes Back.
Oh, hey, and here's this right here is. Man, I forgot that it was right here at my disposal. I wish I would remember when William was here.
You have the THX ones. The there you go, Howard the Duck. I was gonna say, do you have the THX versions? The ones that they did.
Yes,
they remastered
I've got a set of that. I've got a set of that as well. Yes,
that was before the special editions.
Yep, I got a set of that as well.
Unaltered.
I only have the special editions. I want one of those because I hate the special editions. I don't like.
I don't hate them. For me, that was my first theatrical experience for Star Wars, so it's like I don't necessarily hate them. And to be perfectly honest, I kind of liked some of them. Like,
look, there's some stuff. Yes,
I like the music. Shoot
I'll
me.
give
I
you
like
that.
the musical edition in Jabba's palace. Okay.
No!
Yes, it was so good.
No,
That's
No!
horrible.
That is
I
absolute
loved it.
garbage.
Heck yeah. That was awesome.
Is it Dr.
Come
Teeth
Best part of
and
the
the
special
Mayhem
edition.
and the Electric
That and the
Mayhem?
Sarlacc.
though?
Oh my
I'm just saying,
God.
is that freaking Dr. Teeth and Electric Mayhem there? That's what it felt
I
like
would have
to
rather
me.
have been the Muppets, Dr. Mayhem, in
Right,
that scene.
right, Brian.
Yeah.
We were talking about this, and I want to do this either the Saturday before or the Saturday after May the 4th. I think we should do this and set a day because I have Zod. You all know Zod Rider. He sent me the Star Wars original trilogy, the non-specialized versions. Right.
Oh, beautiful.
And so I want to do a watch party. We'll do a 6-hour watch party. We'll take it over to Twitch. We'll start here or whatever. Maybe I'll leave something up here on YouTube so people can just come over at any time and just watch because it's a long. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's just a regular
I've
stream for
actually
me.
never seen the original versions of Star Wars.
And there's a lot of people who haven't, and so
It's been a very long time. But
so
yeah.
maybe that's what. So I want to do that. I'll put it out there, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Because we're thinking about May the 4th, but May the 4th is on a Tuesday, and most people are going to be working. Stuff's going on or whatever, So I figure we'll do that and just maybe take the weekend or whatever and watch all 3 movies, but in the non special edition. So
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
heck yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you up, but yeah, superheroes fandom. You know what this thing doesn't tell me? This thing doesn't tell me like what level people. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tiff. I appreciate it. I wish StreamYard would tell me like what level, like, not because like I, necessarily care, like, I mean, I do care. I appreciate you guys when you guys, go different levels or whatever, but thank you. Tiffany says that superhero fandom actually changed his to full Poindexter. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. So we'll be getting with you on your t-shirt size and all that good stuff. But yeah, it's that's my problem with this idea of canceling physical media is just because I get it. Yeah, it can be there on a streaming service, right? But then we're totally locked in. Then future people in the future,
rite of passage.
You're locked in. You're locked into. You can only see the version that they want to show you. And like they're cutting these movies down now. They're censoring stuff. I mean, look, you can get the WWE network. I mean, well, it used to be WWE network. Now it's going to be though on now it's on Peacock or whatever.
Peacock,
so you get it as part of Peacock.
I was actually thinking about getting Peacock.
But here's the thing. Now that it's not WWE Network by itself and it's Peacock, they've gone back and they started to literally censor old WWE stuff.
And they cut out stuff. It's not like they blur stuff. They cut out segments and moments. Yeah, it's really weird.
And that's what I'm saying. But I mean, like when you have the old, and I got tons and tons of old DVDs, for WWE. They can't take that out of your. I mean, they'd have to take it out of your cold dead hand.
I think they mostly censored most of the Attitude Era stuff.
Well, yeah. I mean, which I get. You know what I mean? Like, look, as a dad whose kids started to get into wrestling, I was kind of glad that that some of that stuff, where they were going, really crazy there for a while, with nudity and different things. I mean, I get that, and yes, they censored. But I mean, like, okay, so my question is, as I get this, but like, like you're right, Ryan. So they censored WrestleMania 6, which is like my favorite WrestleMania, which had
that was Hogan Warrior.
That was Hogan Warrior.
That one,
but it was Bad News Brown versus Roddy Piper. And Roddy Piper went out. Remember, he was painted down the middle, half black, and I guess they're considering that blackface. And I don't remember all the storyline to it. I don't remember if he did it because Bad News Brown was black. I don't remember
Piper's Pit thing or something.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was about. But I mean, Brian, you're a huge Star Trek guy. What about Frank Gorshin? What about Frank Gorshin? Like when he was painted half black, half white, remember? And that was actually a racial episode where this planet literally like some of them were black on the right side and white on the left side, and then the other part of the race was opposite, and they were depending upon what side of your face was black and white, and it was a great episode.
That's what that episode was for.
Do you censor that? I don't know. Like, I don't know the answer to this stuff, and I don't know.
I think they actually did in certain parts of the country. I'm not.
Did they?
Okay.
Oh, really?
There's several.
No, I don't think
there was a lot of episodes of the original Trek that got censored out in certain areas.
Yeah, but it wasn't because of Gorsham's half black, half white. It was more because of Uhura. Okay, Nichelle.
Yeah,
that's what got censored for an actual black person.
Mostly for exactly.
But Trek was so far ahead. I mean, it had the first interracial kiss, between Uhura and
one of the most progressive shows.
Honestly,
on
the thing that they should do is that they should have content warnings. Just have content warnings in front of it. Don't remove it.
Yeah, I agree.
That's true. Let you make your own decision.
Well, and see that's the thing for me is I'm not a proponent of censoring the past. I feel like there are many things in our past as human beings that obviously we've recognized in many situations that these things are not right. You know what I mean? With racism and sexism and other things. But it concerns me because anytime we censor the past, we eliminate the knowledge of what happened and where we came from.
That's why that saying is always said, right? If you forget about the past, you're doomed to relive it.
Yes, and that's what concerns me. That's what concerns me about it. It's not that I want to see some, racial thing or whatever. It's not that at all. It's just that it kind of freaks me out when I start hearing people say, "Well, we want to get away from everything that can be." I mean, look, I'm a big Dukes of Hazzard fan, for God's sake, and that's become problematic for a bunch of people. And I've seen I literally had somebody tell me that that the Dukes of Hazzard should only be able to be seen at a museum.
Why? There was no racism in the Dukes of Hazzard. If you watch the TV shows, there was very, very little racism. It was more about being a hillbilly, and they thought they were running moonshine.
Oh no.
Because they had the General Lee and it had the flag on top.
It was the car. Let's be honest. It was the car.
It was car.
It's the car. I mean, it's the car. It's the car. It's the car. And I get it. But I don't think it should be censored where it's like you can't see. I have black friends who absolutely love the Dukes of Hazzard, and I've had this conversation with many different people.
Hey, they were just the good old boys, dude. Never meaning no harm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I definitely think they're good conversations to have. But like I said, if we totally censor things out like that, then like you said, we're just doomed. We're just doomed to repeat it, and make those same mistakes again. And it's amazing to me because there's a lot of young people.
Looney Tunes cartoons.
There's a warning in front of old Looney Tune cartoons.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to mention is that back then in the day, they had the DVD releases, and they said the cartoons you are about to see are products of their time. They may depict some of the ethnic and racial prejudices that were commonplace in American society. These depictions were wrong then and are wrong today. While the following does not represent the Warner Brothers view of today's society, these cartoons are being presented as they were originally created, because to do otherwise would be the same as claiming these prejudices never existed. That was the old warning they had in the 2000s.
Fantastic. They can do that now.
Yeah, and that's what I feel. It's like you present it and allow people to understand, because there's a lot of young people nowadays that act like things that happened in the past just didn't happen. Like that, and I think it's every generation's thing. Like I always think it's funny, like every generation acts like it was the generation that discovered sex. You know what I mean? That old people weren't having sex. They were young at one point, and they were young and virile, and they were having sex.
How'd you think you got here, son?
Exactly.
Horrible things.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? It's like, it's just one of those funny things. Ryan Hartwell, thank you, Ryan, with a $20 super chat. Appreciate you, man. Says that's why physical media is more important now than ever, with companies censoring movies and TV shows via digital alterations. The original versions might get lost to the ages. History must be preserved. And I agree with that.
History's painful. I think
well,
here's
the thing too.
History's
that
painful.
Looney Tunes, that Looney Tunes things I just brought up.
Yeah.
Like HBO Max, those same cartoons that had that warning in front of where they said, hey, we're not going to erase the past because that would be wrong. On HBO Max now, a lot of those cartoons that they're referencing aren't even available. You can't even watch them. They don't even have the same warning.
There's a lot of Disney cartoons that got taken out too. I mean, during the 30s and the 40s with all the propaganda films that they had to make. I mean, no, there's a lot of stuff that got taken out. I mean, but like I say, history is painful. I mean, and it's bloody. You know what I mean? And it crosses generations. And the fact is that yes, if you ignore history, you're doomed to repeat it. And I think, you know, if you should engage with 1984. You know, like George Orwell type stuff, where you're gonna memory hole everything. You know, just throw it in the fire pit and forget about it. You know what I mean? And for me, physical media was a rite of passage. Okay. I feel like everything now is just like a digital rental. You know what I mean? Yes. It's only good so long as you have power to an internet. You know what I mean? Like, you're entitled to it as long as you've got connection.
That's why, you know, because I have Comcast, for example, and like they want you to buy movies on Comcast, and it's like I talk about this with Tiffany. I'm like, I would never buy a movie that's from my content provider, you know, my cable provider, or my you know, my internet provider.
Companies.
The second you change companies, you can't take that. Yeah, you can't take that movie with you. You can't take that media anywhere with you. That's the beauty of physical media, is that you have it. It's in your collection. It's someplace you have it. Yes, you know what? I get it. It's nice sometimes. Like if there's a movie on that I have, you know, the physical media for, but I have it on, you know, Netflix or HBO Max or something like that. Yeah, it's a lot easier sometimes to do that. But you know what I know? I know that if Netflix ever takes it down, I can still watch that film anytime I want because I have the physical media of it. You know, if HBO Max decides to take a movie away or a TV show away that I own, I still have it. You can't take it away. You know?
Yeah. Well, no, and then like not only that, but we're dealing with an entire generation of people who do not understand the joy of going to Blockbuster on a Friday night.
Yes. Oh, yes. And
walking out of there with
2 hours, spending 2 hours. Spending 2 hours.
See, I didn't go to Blockbuster.
There you go.
Just physical media.
See, I didn't go to Blockbuster. I had a Hollywood Video.
I'm old though.
I had a Hollywood Video next to a Little Caesars every Friday night after school when it was the weekend. I'd go pick up pizza for dinner.
You can't take 2112 away from me, brother.
You know what? Look, I remember.
Not gonna happen.
They really should.
Listen, I remember.
It's such a horrible album.
Hemispheres.
I hate Rush. Rush is. Oh.
What?
Hey! Oh, it looks like Tony didn't pay his cable bill. I don't think Tony paid his internet bill. So it was great having Tony on.
Geddy Lee's voice is the.
Nope. We are not.
Since he was from Canada, he was a Rush fan.
Good God, you're Canadian, Tony.
Canadian and he hates Rush.
Oh, it's so sad.
Wow.
Don't hate, man. Don't hate.
I love the
moving pictures.
Hip, man. The Tragically Hip is the jam, but Rush, his voice is so bad. Oh my God! If he didn't have to sing musically, they're fantastic. But if he didn't have to sing,
best bass player ever, man. Come on.
Come on, now.
Best bass player.
Best bass player ever.
Best bass player ever, dude.
Ever.
Oh hell yeah.
Okay.
I love Rush. I mean, I don't know how you can not love Rush. How can you not love Rush?
Ever.
How about Primus? How about Les Claypool?
Who do you think who do you think inspired him?
Inspire. You can inspire all you want, but when you overtake,
I'm just saying, dude. You should listen to him play. Yes, dude. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, dude. Step back, dude. Oh no.
Listen. I love Primus. Don't get me wrong. But do you know that Les Claypool tried out for Metallica? Okay, now here's the thing.
Yes, he did.
Metallica looked at him and they said, dude, you're amazing, you're awesome, but you need to go do your own thing. You need to because Les Claypool is in a different world. Like, look at these, when we're talking about bass players, you look at Flea. Flea is like funky. He's amazing.
He's all tap, right?
He's all tap. Yeah, I mean, he's all about it, right? But he's that. But then you have Les Claypool that is like in this crazy world of music that is amazing. Winona's Big Brown Beaver is one of my favorite songs ever. I'm sorry, unapologetic about it. Like,
I mean, you're
talking. I said that Beaver eats Taco Bell.
Exactly, man. You're talking about. Oh my gosh, you're talking about the theme to Robot Chicken, the theme to South Park. These crazy, weird, melodic things that were put together. So, but when you talk pure like talent and songwriting and a band that like you don't even think about this. Like I watched literally a video of a guy who deconstructed Tom Sawyer and like had each individual track. Do you know, and I didn't even realize this, during the keyboard parts on there where it goes da 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 da, there is no bass in it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no bass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he switches back and forth.
Because he's literally switching back and forth, and there's no but you don't know that listening to the song. Like, it's so musical.
And there's other parts where he plays the bass with his foot.
Oh
He's
my
got
yes.
one of those pedals that like he could do it with his foot. So it's like
yes,
the man's amazing.
It's just so musical.
Don't get started on the drummer. Okay, rest in peace, Neil Peart.
I know, right? Max is like, Nick and Lex are dying inside. Cancel Tony.
Nah, dude, they found the Rush family, man. They're a strong force on YouTube.
Censor Tony.
You can't be censored.
Put an E at the end of it.
Look, so I didn't. Yes, so I didn't have a blockbuster here. That Junkman, what's up, that Junkman? I really love that Junkman.
Well, that too. I mean, just like the mom and pop video stores, those are fun too. I mean,
heck yeah,
they had the plastic sheaths that you had to like squeeze to get the tape out.
My local party store, rented videos. Man, that was where I bought my first copy of Batman '89. I put in for it. It was $20, and I was like a kid, and I had to put $5 down on it, and they pre-ordered it for me. And when it came in, I had to bring the other $15, and then also Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Man, that movie right there. We got to do a watch party of that too. We got to do a watch party of that movie because I love that movie for sure.
I just bought Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles number 8, the original comic book. The first one was Cerebus in it.
Oh, hey, I just want to say that Jugman, I actually sent him a link because I love his takes on stuff, and we're going to have him on the channel, and I want to do some stuff. I've wanted to for a long time because I really love his channel and a lot of stuff. And this conversation really is right up his alley as far as like old school stuff and talking about these kind of things. And so if you haven't, go check out That Junkman on YouTube because he's got a great, if you love this stuff that we're talking about right now, like this old school stuff and, physical media and TV shows and stuff like that, he's got a lot of great, plus action figures, man, toy stuff for sure. He just shows he's got a lot of documentary stuff about Star Wars and action figures and stuff that you just don't think about. And like me, sometimes he takes a lot of hits for some of the things that he says. But you know what? We keep striving. We just keep going. But thank you for the $5. That junk man. So he says need sleep and finish writing a deer hunting video for tomorrow, but wanted to drop it. Have fun, guys. Thank you, man. I appreciate you for sure. And I can't wait to actually get to talk to you, man, sometime.
Heck yeah. Well, that's something we should do going forward, though. Like, I think we should all like just individually on our own spare time is like, go through your collection, find a DVD or whatever you have and watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take the time.
Like, oh my gosh.
Well, no, sad story about physical media though. So I'd love to go into Best Buy and like going through their Blu-ray section and like finding new stuff. I went back to Best Buy for the first time about 3-4 weeks ago. Their entire Blu-ray section is pretty much gone. It's like one little aisle. And like before the pandemic, it was like 4 or 5 like huge aisles of movies and Blu-rays. Now when I go there, it's only one. It's like it's shrunk considerably.
Well, it's the same thing with
like,
music.
No older library. It's just like all the new movies.
Well, it's cheaper in the long for them. You know what I mean? Because they don't.
We
actually
need
have
more
to
bass
produce-
players. We need more bass players. I'm glad you play bass because we need more bass players for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, no, it's like, think about it. How many $5 DVD bins do they have? You know what I mean? Like, those just sit there. That's money sitting there. You know what I mean?
I know
It's like
Walmart still has
cheaper.
DVD
It's cheaper for the people who produced it.
Steven is right. Steven
have
is
it on
right.
their
Here
own.
in Michigan, we have Family Video, and I know that that's a regional one, so it is across. But I mean, we had a family video. We had a family video that was right there in my neighborhood. It was literally right around the corner, from my house. And man, I remember those days, man. You'd walk into a video store and you could spend an hour or more in the store just trying to pick out what movie you're going to get. Like, especially if you're married and you're like there with your wife and you're just like, hey, what do you think about this? I don't know about that one. What about this one? Oh my gosh. Wow.
Zeno.
This is a moment.
Hey.
Holy
What?
cow.
Hey, buddy.
Holy
Welcome
cow.
to the clan, my man.
I feel
We're having some fun up in here.
I am honored. Especially with how we all go back and forth with Zeno so many times. Oh my gosh. Zeno, I am honored that you became a member. That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you, Zeno. There went my slip of the tongue. He's probably gone. No, thank you, man. That is wow. That is amazing. I really, really appreciate that. That's pretty cool. That is very cool. That's very cool. I would have never expected that ever. So thank you, Zeno. I appreciate it, man.
Awesome.
Yeah. Snow Dumb says you will cancel it by the end of the month. Yes, it is. This will be a moment long. Like, this will be a moment long.
Well, you got to get members, Max.
Here comes Max. Max is all like, "What?" hey, I'll take that. I'll take all that. Rubbing it in Max's face. Memberships. I love you guys. Oh, I love you. He says, "Now be nice to me, or nicer, or whatever." But yeah, I mean, like that was just such a night, you know, like you said, like you'd be like, hey, I'm going to go to the video store. I'm going to rent something. Of course, then there'd be those times though, when you'd forget to take the video back.
Yeah.
And
that's why I love
you meet people.
Yeah.
Oh, you meet people already while you're
line.
begging them to forgive your late charges.
Yeah, right.
That was
having
my
that poor
favorite
girl at
job.
Blockbuster try to pick something out for you.
When I was 18, I worked at a video store in Edmonton for 2 years called Video Station. Best job in the world. You'd go to work for 8 hours. You get to watch 4 movies generally. You know, you and the other guy who was my roommate at the time, we would like each pick 2. And you just walk around the store. Like putting movies back was my favorite job of the day because I would just sit there and read like the backs of stuff. The movies I found that were insane that you wouldn't even think about watching, you know, like weird, obscure movies. I'd be like, we got to watch this. Eraserhead. I don't know. I like the director, but let's watch this, you know, or Killer Clowns, you know, from outer space. It's like, yeah, we're watching crazy stuff like that. It was amazing. I got to see, I love B movies. I think that's where I found like Evil Dead and then me and Bruce Campbell now, you know, have a love affair. So yeah. He doesn't know it, but you know.
Well, I was mentioning like I loved Hollywood Video because Hollywood Video had like old classic like video games like N64, GameCube. I think they even let you rent consoles at one point. At least one of my local ones did. So, you know.
Oh yeah, you could rent machines, consoles,
video games.
Oh yeah, man. Like, and I
grocery
miss that.
store used to have one. Oh.
Do you guys think that like post-pandemic, like videos rental stores can make a comeback, or just like physical media stores?
Super Nintendo games. Oh man,
I don't know, man. You know, like
because I feel like more people want to come together. You know, they want that.
I know, but even the last, not the last, but like there was a family video that was not too far from me and Tiffany. And we were still going to that, you know, and that one closed recently, you know, during the pandemic, and, you know, and like all the red boxes show up, you know, and all those things. And it's like, I don't know, man. Like when it comes to video stores, I just don't know if video stores will will come back. I believe movie theaters will come back.
Oh no, it's,
you know,
it's done. The Dunsky. No, movie theaters. There's still plans going forward, and not only that, but I think if they can like up the experience a little bit more.
Well, I don't know if you guys saw, but Zack Snyder tweeted out this video. It's like a big
there's
promotional campaign they were doing about restoring the theaters and getting people to come back. Like they put out that big trailer, all these movie stars and like all the different studios united to put together this reel saying, "Hey, welcome back to the movies. This is the way movies need to be seen," and all this and that. So they're really trying hard to make sure the
bulk of the money comes from. You know what I mean?
John Collins here with an interesting comment says, Enosh, would you ever make a channel where you would discuss life in general? And it's interesting that you bring that up because I have thought about that a lot actually, about making a second channel where we just like talk about just different things, life in general. Maybe
deep thoughts,
right? Maybe I get a little bit more personal, like with some of my own personal, feelings on things. I guess the question is who would want to see that, and what would you want to see on that? Like I guess that's the big question there.
Deep thoughts? Would it be like deep thoughts with?
I don't know.
There's Jack Handy.
Because and I know that this has been out there this week, of the fact that like what I do for a living, that I'm a pastor and a minister, but there's been people who've asked me like that, like would you do something where you share a little bit more about your faith or whatever? Because like look here at the Poindexter Lounge, like this is about nerd stuff, right? And like but it's about me and my family, and so that comes out and stuff, but like nobody's getting preached to. Like I'm not trying to preach at everybody here on the channel because that's not what this channel is.
You're not
about.
trying to go like Tony Robbins on it,
Tony Robbins. Yeah. I just but I mean, like if people had that, like let me know what you guys would like to see, because I've thought about starting a second channel where we just talked about some different types of things, and the meaning of life with Enosh. and then I it'd be interesting to see what I would attract over there, right? Like,
I already know what I'd call my show. You know what? I'd call my show The Life of Brian.
Exactly. There you go.
Sitting back with your guitar, playing guitar, doing your thing, talking about what comes in your head, man. Go all Jack Black on it. You know what I'm saying?
Fun. That'd be fun, actually. That'd be a lot of fun, actually. Yeah,
riff,
man. Just riff, just
sit
kind
there
of
and make up riffs, man. Just have a good time.
Why not?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
That sounds good. That's
yeah.
It'd be fun. But Poindexter Life. I love it. That's fun. But yes, I mean, speaking of streaming services,
oh boy, here we go.
And with physical media, like, look, I will just say this. I'm buying all the physical media that's available to me. When I see movies come in, that's that's what I do. I go buy the movies that I love so that I have them, like I said, for all time. What about a channel dedicated to scrambled porn memories? That's funny. That's funny. Or a Kardashian keeping up with the fees. Yeah. There you go. Just random stuff. I think I'd drive my wife up the wall with that if I was like trying to record everything we do at all times.
All of a sudden there'd be TikToks all over the place. You'd be like, what the hell's going on here? How old is
Well, we've already done cribs in your house, so I mean.
Oh. Yeah, right. Exactly. Ryan Hartwell with a $5 super chat says, when do you think you'll make the trip to Bend, Oregon to visit the last Blockbuster?
I want to go too. I watched that.
I would like to check that out.
It's close to me too. It's probably only a couple hours away.
It's not that far. Yeah, it's only a few hours away.
Yeah, because you'd be south coming up, and I'd be coming down. Meet in the middle.
Yeah, I'd be hitting it from the south.
Yeah,
I mean, shoot, I think it's like
that's a
one
drop.
freeway.
That's a drop. That's gonna be Brian's drop. I'll be hitting it from the south. Look at Brian. That's, right. That's Brian hitting it from the south. Hitting it from the south.
All day, all night.
Enosh knows best. Jersey Fee. I love it. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, like, movie stores now. I mean, Blockbuster wasn't a real big deal to me. We had a Blockbuster here at the last, at the end. but we really didn't go there because they were quite expensive. To be quite honest with you, Blockbuster was. I mean, compared to the other video stores in my area,
late fees. Oh man, they'd get you.
My gosh,
those late fees were horrible.
They were.
I had to have like several accounts, man.
Yeah.
Two different forms of ID.
Did Blockbuster introduce like a subscription card? Like, you had like a little card that gets you discounts or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Try to play both sides of that game, right? Like getting all your friends to start an account. Like you'd go to rent a movie, and then like you'd get there, you'd pick out the movie, you'd get up there, and then you'd realize that like you had late fees that like it was gonna like, we're sorry, we cannot rent you this movie until you pay at least $25. And you're like, oh crap. And
I had $7.
Right. And then everybody be trying to figure out what they're gonna do. It's like, I don't have that kind of money. I don't have that kind of money either. Well, I'll just start an account then. And that'd be it.
You're all angry. You're just like, I just wanted to rent a damn movie, and I got to give 5 credit cards.
Right.
Yeah. And my firstborn. Just because I want to watch Empire.
And all you're trying to rent is Weekend at Bernie's too.
Right, some stupid thing. Well, so I gotta ask you because of the funny scrambled porn joke. So Tony, you working in a video store, like. How funny was it to watch the people come in trying to sneak in the back? Did you have one of those back rooms?
Yeah, we totally did.
With a curtain.
And it had like we had like this it was like 2 doors, like going into an old bar saloon kind of doors.
And they were swinging doors. I'm just like, what's that supposed to be like? You walk in like, howdy, partners. I'm here to look for some adult entertainment.
The door on the left seems kind of stuck.
It would creak really, really bad, and we would never oil them, right? It was kind of like the warning system. Like, oh, who's going in that?
Or somebody just leave out of it in a huff.
The thing that I always thought was,
I remember being a kid and just like we knew was that there was dirty stuff in there, right? And like you couldn't go in there. And so it'd be like, you'd be there and like when you'd see somebody go in there, you'd just think, ooh.
Okay, so
they're doing some bad thing. Or you'd watch somebody come out, or if you saw somebody you knew come out of there. Oh.
What about like
it was always the guy that worked there for some weird reason.
All the movies had like cases, and you would bring the case up and they would give you the movie. Kind of thing.
Oh, really?
The movies were behind the cases. Like there was one case, but all the movies were generic things. So what I always remember about the porno section is when they would bring you like the cases were always like twice as big as the regular movies.
Oh,
so you knew the guy was bringing up a porno.
So you had to carry that shame around.
You had to carry the shame to the counter to get the regular size movie, but the cases were always like twice as big as all the other movies.
Oh my gosh!
Did you ever have to warn anyone about potentially sticky cases?
Yeah, oh god! Talk about having to sanitize everything. Eh?
Oh my gosh! Stephen Moten with a $4.99
when they're watching the movie.
Oh my gosh! Like I don't know.
Never mind. Sorry.
I don't know. Like I don't know that I'd want to handle those things when they came back, man. Like holy crap! Like right?
You had to get the sanitation suit on.
Man.
You keep it.
Yeah, like you just rent it, you bought it. How about that? Like, oh, it's amazing to rent it. It's $20 to rent this movie.
Yes.
You don't have to bring it back. Stephen Moten with a $4.99 super chat says my MVP DVDs are Kids, Gummo, and Drop Dead Gorgeous. Amy Adams' first movie.
Those are your MVPs?
Wow.
Okay. All right.
Hey.
Not here to judge anybody. Trust me. I'm not here to judge anybody.
Yeah.
I think that brings up a good question though. Like Tony, what's your favorite DVD that you own?
You know,
because it might not be just the movie. You know what I mean? Like it could just.
I'm gonna give you 2, I think, or 3. These aren't even like my favorite movies, but these are movies I've watched hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and they're not all good movies. But I'm gonna give you 3. Kevin Costner's Robin Hood.
Oh.
I probably watched that movie 1,000 times. Like it's probably
I had it on VHS. It was awesome.
It's true.
That Morgan Freeman.
Everything
who
I
told-
do.
Heck yeah. Brian Adams.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Uh,
It's perfect that you said that, because then that means I can give Steven this drop for this super chat, because it's the Robin of Locksley bonus.
Robin of Locksley, give me a bonus.
I need to get more cigars and smack my secretary on the ass.
And Steven cleared up what he was talking about. He says all three of those are out of print. All those are out of print. He says not my favorite, just the MVPs. Because like I said, it doesn't have to necessarily be your favorite movie. It could just be something that you have that it's like, like I'll be honest with you, like one of my favorite DVDs that I have is and I can't remember even how I found it. I just found it on eBay. Oh my gosh, it's an old superhero movie from the 80s with John Ritter. No, I knew what it was called, and I can't think of it right now. He plays Captain Avenger or something like that. And
Hero at Large.
Hero at Large, yes. So
Yes,
Hero
I
at
knew
Large
that,
was a movie that I watched as a kid, because of course, growing up as a kid, I loved Three's Company, and still do, which I have all on physical media, by the way. But that was like a show that I watched, and so I love John Ritter, and I remember watching that movie Hero at Large with Pam Dauber from Mork and Mindy.
From Mork and Mindy.
Yep. And so he plays a guy who doesn't have a job. He's looking for a job, and there's, it's like a comic book day thing with this character called Captain Avenger. And so they had this big promotional thing where they have like all these guys dressed up as Captain Avenger, like doing things all over the city of New York. Right. And he gets a part-time job as Captain Avenger to just make some extra cash. And he's in like a party store one night, and something goes down, and he ends up saving the clerk, and like thwarting a robbery. And he becomes like the face of Captain Avenger. And like, everybody's like, there's a real Captain Avenger out there helping people and stuff. And so that's what it is. Hero at Large.
This is like 1982 as well. It's like super old.
Heck yeah.
I've kind of have a crazy one. Okay. So like, this isn't out of print or anything like that, but actually probably is, because you know how Disney is. But anyways, episode 1, disc 2.
Star Wars episode 1, disc 2?
Star Wars episode 1, disc 2. While I probably burned up a DVD player to watching that first movie, because that was one of the first DVDs I ever got, that wasn't Castaway. I don't like Castaway. Lots.
You don't like Castaway?
I just saw it too many times. Like I said, I saw it way too many times. And yeah, no, it was cool though. It was realistic. But anyways, the bonus features disc, that documentary on how they made
there it is
episode 1 is freaking amazing. Like it breaks down everything, and it's like you get to see Liam Neeson and Ewan McGregor training with Ray Park, for lightsaber training, and like the day that Ewan McGregor picks out his lightsaber, and he gets all excited and stuff. I mean, that stuff is so like I watched that probably more than I watched the movie. Like, it was really interesting just to hear, like, I want to call it, like, in hindsight, it's the Yes Man documentary, because it's just like George Lucas saying some crazy crap, and everybody's like, oh yeah, that's great, George, it's gonna be awesome, George. Like, even Steven Spielberg's like, it's gonna be great, George.
I know these 20-year-old kids, like, who are just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm working on a Star Wars movie. Oh my gosh.
I just did some research.
Yeah.
And I think I might have a very rare DVD. So I own a DVD copy of the movie Drop Dead Fred, and apparently like the Region 1 version is like worth like $50 to $60.
Oh wow.
Because it's out of print.
Very nice.
I want to answer this question by John Collins. So there's a couple of movies that for me, they're not comic book movies, because I just love movies. I'm a big proponent of films, and these a couple of these might be would be the type of movie that you think is classic cinema, and we're going to talk about classic cinema here in just a second.
Oh, geez, I love
something that happened, but for me, a couple of movies that I think are poignant, like you said here, meaningful movies in my life. I'll give you the honorable mentions first. Movies like Jaws. Jaws is just a classic.
Love Jaws.
But you got classics like Ben-Hur is one of my favorite movies of all time. Ben-Hur, I think, is such a great movie that there's just a lot of great stuff in that movie about
It's a
friendship,
Wonderful Life.
about revenge, about doing the right thing, all that stuff. Obviously, the Ten Commandments is also one that I watched a lot as a kid, actually with my family and stuff. But one of my favorite movies of all time is The Jazz Singer with Neil Diamond.
Wow.
First of all, that soundtrack is fire. I'm telling you right now that the soundtrack to The Jazz Singer is the best soundtrack from any movie for me. The songs in that are just fantastic. And I'll be honest with you, that movie is just great. It's a snapshot of a certain time, whatever, but it's just one of those movies. I remember watching that movie as a kid and it got my attention. Another great movie from my childhood that I remember that, like, I'm surprised that I could recognize like some of the concepts in it, but even as a kid, Kramer versus Kramer.
That's a good movie.
Remember Kramer versus Kramer? Like that's an old one, man. Dustin Hoffman, and what's her name? Meryl Streep. Yeah.
That's a great about getting a divorce and having the kid, and
good stuff. And there's a few like that I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. But
I love the Maltese Falcon. Have you ever seen the Maltese Falcon? Humphrey Bogart.
I have not seen the Maltese Falcon.
This is probably one of
those older movies that I haven't seen.
Black and white movie of all time. It is absolutely, like, it stands up today. Obviously, the acting's a little bit honky, but it's a scam. He is playing three sides of the same coin, and they could do that movie now, and it would be amazing. But it's one of those movies that you want to watch. It's like an hour and 35 minutes, okay? Like, because it was done in the 40s. Watch the Maltese Falcon. It holds up today. And the actors that you see in it, you're like, oh my God, I didn't know. You know what I mean? But it's a bogey movie. It's the best bogey movie out there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you like the classic cinema,
real quick, I want to answer this question. Then we have another guest that's going to come in, and I think it'll be a good transition for us to talk about this classic movie that's in the news today. But asking me what my favorite horror movie is. So, look, I'm a huge... Hold on. Something from my camera.
I told you to lick your finger.
I know. We'll just do it live. I don't know what the heck is going on with this thing. It's like I feel like I'm in a shadow, like in a. There we go. We'll just do it live. Okay, look at there. Look,
there you go. Much better.
Yeah.
Much better. So when it comes to horror movies, I know that this may sound kind of cheap and whatnot. But I go back to, I'll give you my honorable mentions. First of all, I've never seen a Friday the 13th movie. I've just never got around to it. Jason was never a thing that like interested me. I like the story and like the mythology, and I liked Freddy versus Jason, and I understand the mythology and I get the mythology and I've read up on it. So I know what it is, but like the movies themselves, I've watched parts of them, and actually my son wants to watch them. So I know that we'll end up watching because my son Landon is a huge, horror movie buff now. Nightmare on Elm Street, classic for me. I don't think you can go wrong. Even look, talk about cheesy sequels and whatnot.
Dream Warriors.
That's a great movie, though. Part 3 is a great movie. And people hate on Part 2, but I saw Nightmare on Elm Street 2 before I saw Nightmare on Elm Street 1, and I like that. But you want to know what my favorite horror movie of all time is? Silver Bullet.
I love that movie. That movie's
Silver
great.
Bullet. Silver Bullet is my favorite horror movie of all time.
Hamm?
It's a werewolf movie. Corey Haim, Gary Busey, and the girl from Anne of Green Gables. Are you kidding me? And if you've never seen it, it's Stephen King. It's got a great twist to it. If you've never seen it, like I hate to give away the twist because of the twist that's in there, but I mean it's a 30-year-old movie, right? I mean it's an 84. Yeah, I mean it's an old movie, but basically it's a whodunit. It's a werewolf movie. It's trying to figure out who the werewolf is, and I'm just telling you, it's a good movie. There's some comedy in there. My favorite part is when like all the drunk guys from the bar go out to go try to get the werewolf, and there's the bartender has a bat that's called the Peacemaker, and you see him and he gets attacked, and like you see his hand coming up and he's beating the werewolf like this, and then because it's in mist, and then all of a sudden you see the werewolf hand come up and the werewolf starts beating the guy with. It's funny, it's cheesy, it's got a freaking motorcycle wheelchair. Like, you can't go wrong with that. And there's some tense moments too.
I've got a good one. I have a really good one for you. Okay. I've always, for horror movies, for me, I've always liked like occult type stuff with like religious tones and, you know, devils and demons and stuff like that. So The Omen.
You say Blair Witch, we're not friends anymore.
No. The Omen. Okay. The Omen for a multitude of reasons. Okay. One, directed by Richard Donner, starring Gregory Peck. Okay. Oh, dude. I mean, David Warner was in that movie. Like,
by the way, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream, William.
Oh, hey,
William.
William, what are your thoughts on the movie The Omen? Like the original one, not the one that they remade. That one kind of sucked.
No, the one in the 70s. I liked it. I mean, it got crazy once the sequels came on. He started taking over the world. But the original one.
But no, that's like my favorite horror movie. I love The Omen.
Yeah, that was the first time I saw beheading on screen, by the way.
Yeah, David Warner. Chancellor Gorkon got it before Gorkon.
Yeah, with the glass, the pane of glass, cuts his head off.
Mm-hmm.
What was the Kurt Russell one?
Stephen Moten with a $4.99 super chat says, "I'll raise you, Purple Rain." That movie in OST is undefeated. I'll add more in the chat.
Oh, dude, that's a
Purple Rain. That's a classic. That's a
classic.
classic.
That's undefeated. I would say Highlander, but that's just my.
Oh yeah, damn yeah,
Highlander.
Yes, there can only be one.
Queen, and Queen is the entire soundtrack for that.
Oh, Brian May with the hooking it up with the music on that, man.
Yeah, it was a kind of magic, but it was really the Queen soundtrack or the soundtrack for Highlander.
Do you want to live forever? Yeah, of course, man. It's the best song out there.
Don't Lose Your Head, Princess of the Universe. I mean, it was.
It's the second best Queen.
Give me the prize
for a movie, besides Flash.
Flash Gordon,
Savior of the universe.
Both done by Queen.
Huh? well, Flash Gordon was more of a score. I mean, they did the whole soundtrack, but it was more of score. With Highlander, there's like lyrical songs. I mean, there's like 4 or 5 songs. But Flash Gordon it's up there. I mean, other than the part,
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Michelle here says, Enosh and panel, I have a question for you all. One of the things I can remember as a little girl, my dad has gotten criticism from people, his friends, my brothers and others, because I am his daughter. And then it says some people don't think my dad should have taught me Star Wars because Star Wars is a boys thing. Absolutely not.
No,
absolutely not. Absolutely not, Michelle. Listen, if I had girls, they would all know about Star Wars. My wife Tiffany loves Star Wars. Like, we live this life. Like my wife, man, she just bought 2 area rugs of Han Solo frozen in carbonite to put down our hallway. Okay, like my wife bought curtains for our living room. That's the Millennium Falcon. You know, like my wife's totally into this thing as well. Like I said, you come to our house, you're gonna see that like this is our lifestyle. Like people say that they're fans of stuff. We live this stuff every day. So yeah, Michelle, you know what? I'm glad that you love Star Wars. And you know what? Star Wars is not a guy's thing. It's not a girl thing. It's a human being thing. It's a human story. It's a space fantasy. You know, that's based in that it's a space fantasy where there's a princess, there's a scoundrel, there's a dark knight, there's a young farm boy who goes off on an adventure and becomes
robots.
A knight. There's side, there's comic relief. There's all that stuff. Everyone. And thank you. Where was it? Dream Warrior. But I passed it, I think. I think it was Music Man told me, where was it? Where's Music Man's comment? I gotta find Music Man's comment. Dang it. Well, this was one. It says you didn't miss anything, Enosh, but watch A Nightmare on Elm Street instead. Like, no, I mean, I've watched Nightmare on Elm Street since, and I love the original Nightmare on Elm Street. But I watched part 2 first, but says yes, Elm Street 2 is underrated, man. I really do think so. See, here's some love for Silver Bullet. Silver Bullet. American Werewolf in London.
There was some violence in there. Watching that morph body.
Talk about movies that I shouldn't have seen as a kid, but I'm glad I did. Oh my God.
As a kid.
That movie scared the crap out of me when I was a kid. Oh my gosh.
There's a lot of funny stuff in that movie too, though.
After the beginning, it's pretty mellow. After they get attacked by the werewolf, spoiler alert, after they get attacked by the werewolf in the when they're walking away, that was the most intense part. After that, it was kind of comedy. It's still great because it's one of the last films that they did the bladder effects and everything else with John Landis and all that.
That transformation scene where he turns into a werewolf for the first time, best thing, better than any CGI ever. Like that. Yeah. That transformation scene, you literally watch him become a werewolf right in front of you slowly while music is what's the song that plays? It's
Blue Moon.
Yeah, Blue Moon. No, it's not Blue Moon. Is that what that song is called? No, it's da 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 da.
It's a
wonderful night for a moon dance.
Yeah.
Funny thing about that movie,
it's Mac the Night.
Yeah.
No, it's not Mac the Night. No. It's what about
It's a wonderful night for a moon dance.
Funny fact about that
movie. Is it Moon Dance?
Yeah, it's Van Morrison.
Yes.
Two funny facts about that movie. Every song in that movie has to do with the moon.
Yes.
And two, all the sound effects, including his transformation into the werewolf, was later used for Michael Jackson's Thriller, which was directed by the same person.
Yes, that's why he did it, because Michael Jackson saw American Werewolf in London and wanted Landis to do his video for Thriller. Yeah. Absolutely.
And his first werewolf transformation is the same sound effects. I mean, the same everything that they used for when Michael Jackson was turning into that werewolf. And they used the same people. What's up?
I'm going to date myself here, but the movie that scared me the most when I was a kid,
that's funny shit because
was The Thing.
That was mine. That was one.
Oh yeah, The Thing is
like they remade
the last movie to scare me.
The original one, like when they're stuck in Antarctica or whatever. I should not have watched that as a child.
I did, and that's the last movie to scare me.
Also, the never-ending story. The never-ending story.
That's a crier, though.
It is. But
because of the horse.
No, well, not just because of the horse, just because it's like a
the horse part sucks.
The horse part does suck. I mean, like it sucks that he loses his horse, I mean, but it's a great movie. I mean, they totally ruined it with all the stupid sequels. I mean, I remember being so excited when part 2 came out and we were all going to the theater together to go see it, and it's like we went and saw it and I was just like,
somehow part 3 was even worse.
I know,
actually,
and you know who was in part 3, don't you?
Jack Black.
Jack Black. Hey, really? Ryan Hartwell with a $10 super chat here says, thank you, Ryan. Says, if vinyl records, audio cassettes, and typewriters can make a comeback, maybe video stores can too. It's crazy talk, sure. It probably won't happen, but crazier things have happened. # let me dream.
It's inevitable. It's not a wish. It's inevitable.
I think I'll come back eventually. Yes, I do agree with William.
But Giorgio Moroder, by the way, did that soundtrack for Never Ending Story. And if you ever get a chance to see Metropolis with Giorgio Moroder's soundtrack, go get it.
Metropolis? Like the original, like 1913 or whatever?
1927 and 1984, he took the movie and he hired people. He hired Billy Squier, Pat Benatar. He hired all these people to make a soundtrack to it. And it is the only way I can watch Metropolis now.
They used to play it at a bar when I was a kid in Edmonton. I'd go to like these bars and they'd have Metropolis playing with the music, like techno and stuff behind it. It was crazy. That's the first time I'd ever seen that movie.
I froze.
Yeah, this one actually has a score and it goes along with the movie, and there's original songs that are a Queen. There's a song, if you ever heard the song called Love Kills, that is from the Metropolis 1984 soundtrack.
Wow, that's amazing.
The only way I can watch that movie now.
A couple of things here. I had a fascination with werewolf movies when I was a kid because of American Werewolf in London and because of
The Howling.
Silver Bullet. Oh, you know what? I've never seen The Howling.
Wow.
Because it looked too scary.
Stop there.
I read the book. The book was amazing.
Yeah. Watch the first one and stop there.
So John, so this is what I'll say about that. Go back and watch it. I explain everything pretty much in that. I'm pretty much done. Like, look, and I will just tell you this. I'm all good with everybody now, and everything's fine. Not that it's all just gone, but like, look, it's okay.
No more drama.
No more drama. No more drama.
Everything's fine now.
Yeah. Let's talk about some.
Everything's for you.
How are you?
That's why we're sitting here talking about the Chucky movies. So I watched the Chucky movies for the first time a couple of years ago, actually. And you know what? I like them. I'm actually really looking forward to the TV show that stays to the roots of Chucky. I liked the reboot a little bit. It's got Mark Hamill in it. I liked how they updated it. Like if you saw that, they updated it and made it kind of
the whole app thing and all
with
that.
The app thing and stuff. I like that, but it just doesn't replace the old school animatronic thing. And so they're continuing that story with a TV show. So
it's not like the WCW promo with Rick Steiner.
No. Here's some love for the Howling here.
Shout out to Jerry Goldsmith for the soundtrack on the Omen. Ava Satani still gives me chills, man. Like,
Michelle, I don't understand either. You got a lot of support though here in the chat from people too. Says I just don't like that my dad got criticism for teaching me Star Wars as a little girl. You know what?
Yes.
You know what that is? It's a lot of macho.
Yeah,
or it's either macho stuff or where guys girls can't like it or honestly it can be the reverse where like women act like girls can't enjoy sci-fi or fantasy. But you know
that's
what?
Still going on today because my little cousin, like people were shaming her a little bit for getting into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and like DC Comics. Like no joke, they're like, "Why aren't you into princesses?" And like, I like Wonder Woman. I like Teenage Mutant Turtles.
No, I'm just kidding. No offense to princess lovers out there.
Yes, sir.
Hey, on your script, I'm just looking at now. Your title was "Should I cancel HBO Max?" Was that one of the questions?
Well, we're gonna get there. We haven't gotten there yet. No, we haven't gotten there yet. Okay, cool. But a lot of love for American Werewolf in London and Silver Bullet in the chat. Is it Blue Moon? I didn't think it was Blue Moon. I thought it was
Blue Moon's a different song.
Yeah, it's
if I may, I wanted to ask you
guys. Moon Dance is a different song.
What do you guys think of The Exorcist? Because some people say that's one of the scariest movies ever made.
Okay,
that movie scared the pants off of me.
I hear this. I've screened that movie, and over again, I've had people jump and scream. The Exorcist is a great movie, but it's not scary though. I don't.
Well, I'm trying to. Have you heard the stories when it first came out? Like people were passing out in the theater and running away.
I was a kid the first time I saw it, and it was one of those things. Oh, see,
I saw Exorcist at 6.
Oh shit! No way.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I was scared.
but okay, I just didn't. It just didn't. It was great. I'm not. It was a great movie.
I think for me, it's like music. Like the music scares me. Like Halloween, dude. What John Carpenter did with that theme, like, dude, it still scares me today. I won't listen to it.
What did we do with the William Shatner mask?
Season of the Witch?
That was such disappointment. You know what? I want my money back. What, 30 some odd years later, I went to that movie and I got conned. I did Halloween 2, one of the great horror. I mean, great watching just slaughtering everybody in the hospital. So this is back.
Okay, hold on. Okay, because Ryan brought it up, I just went back and looked it up on YouTube. Ryan, I apologize.
It's Blue Moon.
It's Blue Moon.
Yeah.
It is Blue Moon. You are absolutely right. Moon Dance takes place later on. I apologize. You are absolutely correct.
Dude,
that's crazy. But if you would have asked me, I seriously.
In all your defense, it is a 40-year-old, nearly 40-year-old.
I know, but I mean, but like, yeah. Oh my gosh, like that's wow.
Aren't they planning to do a remake of American Werewolf in London? With
Max Landis? An awful sequel.
I know Max
the sequel
Landis
was horrible.
Yeah.
Paris, that was dreadful.
I know Max Landis, the son of John Landis, wants to do a remake of it, but I don't know actually got off the ground.
Needs to not touch that. But no, Halloween 3. We went to the movies and we didn't know what it was about because this is the day and era we didn't have all that, right? So I didn't know that Michael Myers wasn't in it until the movie started. And I'm like, this was anger, man. I mean, mask and stuff taking over people's brains. And I'm like, what is this?
Well, William, like, like if you remove that, like not having Michael Myers, some people say it's actually a good horror movie. Like it's a good movie.
Yeah, that's
because
fine.
It's not connected to it.
But I
think the
came
idea
from
of doing an
dismemberment.
anthology series with Halloween could have been interesting. If like it was like a different Halloween story each movie, that could have been something cool.
When I'm 9 years
people were
old,
so mad.
Yeah, I'm 9 years old, and the old man's taking me to my weekly dose of dismemberment and blood and death, and I get that. Man,
it is a good horror movie. It's just don't call it Halloween 3.
Yeah, call it the mass that takes over your and fries your brain. Part 1. I don't know, but
Gamork from the Neverending Story scared the crap out of me as a kid.
Me too.
The Rock Eater scared me more than anything. I don't know.
Really?
The whole movie was just like depression.
They look like big, strong hands. They look like big,
porn star.
It's because he was smoking.
hands.
And then in part 3, he's riding a motorcycle.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just like no. Just
wasn't it a rock motorcycle or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, the second one, man. I tell you what, it was all very, the
Some
Monster
movies
Squad.
need sequels. some
Monster
movies
Squad.
don't.
Wolfman's got nards. Wolfman's got nards. I remember that. Question here from Kobe Dog says, Enosh, do you like the Scream movies? I really like the Scream movies. Actually, we just watched all the Scream movies with my kids, and I like the deconstruction of horror films. It gets a little
predictable.
Well, somewhat, but somewhat not, because like you're trying to figure out like what's going on, and
Well,
like
it kind of falls off in the sequels.
Some of the later sequels, you're kind of like I think the last one's good. The second to last one, if I remember right, wasn't that great, and it was pretty predictable. This new one that they're coming out with next year, I just don't know. I'll go see it because I like the Scream series, and I want to see where they go with it. But I just don't know if I mean, like I'm gonna go see it, and I'm gonna hold off any judgment until I see it, because I do like the series. But of course, Wes Craven is not there anymore to to kind of oversee that. The Underworld movies are not something that I've been into, but I know what you're talking about here. The Lycan and vampire bat transformations in Underworld were amazing. Practical effects. I love practical effects when it comes to some of that stuff. It's one of the big problems that I have with American Werewolf in Paris is like, it's absolutely horrible. It's all early CGI.
The transitional CGI, it's really bad.
Oh, it's
like
so
Van
bad.
Helsing, like Van Helsing when he's fighting at the end. Did you like Van Helsing?
Not really.
No.
If I'm being honest.
Exorcist 3, yes. That is scarier than the first. That is the only one of the trilogy that scared the hell out of me. When they're in that hospital. Oh my goodness.
Exorcist 3 is really scary. Like, what makes it scarier than the first one?
There's a scene in there where he's in a hospital, and this doctor's looking around because he knows something there, and all of a sudden you see this crazy person with one of those blade things that you use to open up a chest, and he's chasing. I mean, it's scary. And it's George C. Scott, one of his last movies, man. That was scary. But when you said the remake of a Scream, I think it's gonna bomb.
Is it a remake though?
I think it's like a reboot, like similar to The Force Awakens.
They're bringing back the original cast, like Nev Campbell and like Courtney Cox are going back to reprise their roles.
Here's a problem. Okay, some of these movies that are made and did really well have a time and a place, and the time and place that they were released in is just as much of a factor of their success as the people in them. I'm going to give you an example. Red Dawn. When you remade Red Dawn's appeal was Cold War. We were living in the mid '80s, scared of the Russians, scared of communism. You remade a movie when we're not scared of any of that stuff anymore. And
didn't they change the villains to North Korea though?
Chinese, and it just wasn't something. Like I said, no matter how great you tried to make that movie, it was a product of its time. And sometimes that is as part of the appeal to a movie as anything else. We appreciated different stuff back in 1985, 1986. Rocky IV. I mean, you want to remake Rocky IV and have like when they did. I mean, it was a good movie when you have Creed fighting, his son. But we're not in the middle of the Cold War, where we're Russians were roided up in the Olympics.
If I could change, and yous can change,
yeah,
everybody can change.
Can change.
And then it turns out the
right
Russians were translating it to make it seem like he was talking crap about Russia.
Yeah. So sometimes
Hey,
some
I
movies
love
just
Rocky
have their
4.
era.
I love Rocky 4. Apparently, there's a director's cut coming, and
Oh boy.
and I'm actually
Yeah,
as a lover
Stallone
of Rocky
said he's
4.
cutting out the robot. He's cutting
Release
out
The,
the robot.
the
Stallone cut.
montage is 25 minutes.
They're gonna get rid of Happy Birthday, Polly. Are you
can't
kidding
get
me?
rid of the robot.
Oh, heck no.
I
Didn't
heard,
they get
I heard
Rico?
Stallone hated the robot. So
Didn't
he's
they
cutting
get
out the
Rico?
director's
No,
cut.
he bought that robot. He bought that robot for that dude. Like
Screw
in
that.
real life.
Screw that,
Dude,
man. If
It'd
that
be
was
like cutting out the James Brown part.
Polly,
True.
all like, I thought I was doing good business. I thought I was doing good business. That's Rocky 5, but it's just it's
Oh
at
my
the end.
goodness.
Rocky 5 should never have been made. Rocky
I
5
love Rocky 5. You know what? Honestly,
Rocky
I
5
love
the worst one.
I love all
Yeah,
the
it
Rocky
was.
movies. I love all the Rocky movies. Rocky 5, I get it. The fight doesn't take place in the ring. He gets in a street fight. But you know what? If you look at the Rocky movies as a whole, Rocky Balboa is probably the best one out of all of them.
I agree. Out of the new ones?
But yeah. But no. Out of all of them, Rocky Balboa is an amazing movie because it shows, but you have to watch the entire Rocky series to appreciate it and where he got to.
Yeah.
And because of that, I hate I mean, as a character, you hate to see Rocky and his family go through what they go through, right? From
It's
Rocky 4 and
cringy.
Rocky
The
5.
first
right?
one's super cringy, where he doesn't let her leave.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
Okay. Yeah. There's all that. But what I'm saying though is to see them go from Rocky 1, where he's just a nobody guy who gets a chance, like takes the champ all the way to where the champ then is like, feels threatened and actually brings him back and they fight and he wins. And then, he's protected and everything by Mickey and he's, just winning fights, but he's not really proving himself. And you got Mr. T's, character of,
Clubber Lang.
Clubber Lang, who comes out and challenges him, gives him his first real challenge, and like knocks him down a peg, and then he kind of has to get that eye of the tiger,
dies.
get the eye of the tiger.
Yeah.
Mickey dies, like he's got to be remotivated. He does that, and then you go into Rocky 4, which, like what William said, is a real product of the times, but I think it's a real good product of the times, where it's like yeah, but I mean his friend dies then, so he goes through all this loss, and it gives him a reason to want to fight this guy, and take on
Hearts
this guy.
on fire, dude.
Oh
Run up
yeah,
and down.
but then at the end,
beard.
but then at the end,
Oh, yeah, dude.
but then at the end, where it's like all of a sudden, when Rocky 5 starts, he's got trauma, he loses everything, so he can't just retire peacefully. He ends up having to go back to where he started, and as depressing as that is, like when he's fighting his way out. Like what I love about it is you have to see that story to get to Rocky Balboa, which is him. He found peace in his life, in the end.
He's a restaurant owner.
Yeah, he became a restaurant owner. He went back to his roots. Unfortunately, Adrian passed, and he's kind of just become this lonely little guy and stuff. But he reconnects with his son.
That sucked that they couldn't negotiate her contract to get her.
I
in that
know.
movie.
But the thing is, though, is I think it's great though that he reconnects with his son. In a very touching way. And I even love the first Creed movie because of that, because like the first Creed movie, I think was really good as far as like that interaction with him and Rocky. And the second one,
I love Creed too.
I like the second Creed movie. I just feel like the second Creed movie was trying too much to be.
It was trying to tug on that Rocky 4.
It was trying to tug. So with Creed 3, it's not supposed to have Rocky in it at all.
Yeah,
and so I'm wondering
Creed 2 wrap the story for him.
Yeah, with Creed 2, like I appreciate the nod to Rocky 4 because I love Rocky 4, but it's like I don't know that it really.
1985.
I'll tell you with this. I'll tell you this. Creed 2 did something amazing, and that is actually it humanized Drago's character.
Yeah, big time.
It humanized him, and you realize what he went through going back. That is one thing that I really love about Creed 2 is how they humanized him, and like you realize, like especially during that era and everything, where it's like he went from being the poster boy to they were just like ostracize himself. Real quick, H Barts with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, H Barts. Appreciate you, man. Always appreciate you. Says when you spoke of adult films earlier, I'm surprised our man of culture, Matt Jarbo, did not show up. It's like you just mentioned that. Matt Jarbo shows up. Also, a great segment would be Deep Thoughts with Hans, with Hosne. with Hosne. It's my name spelled backwards, or actually, no, it's just an anagram of my name.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Deep Thoughts with Hosne, and I saw The Howling when I was 7. My dad decided to show me. Wow.
Good parenting. Good parenting, damn it.
Wow.
I applaud your dad.
I mean, yeah, you know.
That's how it's done.
You know, holy crap, though. My goodness. But yeah, just because you mentioned Jarbo, we'll give you one of these. Tastes like sugar. Yum. Stripper. You mentioned that, and Jarbo shows up. Just trying to see real quick because I do want to bring up this story. Lots of man, you guys, lots of great movies you guys are talking about right now in the chat and bringing up 1974 Texas Chainsaw Massacre, still one of my favorite movies. Do you like the Chainsaw movies? How are excited for the next Chainsaw sequel next year? I've only seen a couple of the Chainsaw movies. The ones I've seen, I really do like. I do enjoy them. Somebody mentioned Saw earlier.
I can't wait for Spiral, the Chris Rock, Samuel L. Jackson Saw universe movie.
So
cool.
here's my only thing about Saw. I really liked the first one. I think the first one was amazing. The second one was really good too. The third one
was my favorite.
Really, the third one I watched the first 15 minutes.
3 and 4 are my favorites because I like the way they're filmed. They're spoilers, but they're kind of taking place at the same time.
Yeah, you know what? I the third one, I'm sorry, I watched the first 15 minutes of it. It's the only time I talk about renting a movie. I rented it and I was like, okay, we're going to watch this. I watched the first 15 minutes and I was like, I can't do this. I was already feeling the stress of watching gore. And I'm not big on gore.
It warmed my heart.
I'm not big on gore.
That's why I don't like horror in general.
I like horror movies. I like scary movies. I like horror movies, but there's something about just gore for the sake of
Give
gore.
Me a comedy any day.
Hey, hold on, time out. The gore in Saw, especially Saw 3, was artistry, pure artistry.
I haven't seen any of them.
It just made me feel.
There's rib cages being opened up.
That's what I'm saying. It just bothers me. It just bothers me.
So I guess, Enosh, you wouldn't be a fan of watching some Japanese horror movies that William and Matt were talking about the other night. What was that?
Well, I'm not saying that I wouldn't. I'm just saying by the time I got to Saw 3, it's kind of like I knew where it was going. I felt like I knew where we were just gonna see crazy stunts, and people just like being murdered in weird ways, which like actually kind of weirded me out. I know, but it also kind of weirded me out that like people are sitting around and like writing this stuff and coming up with like ways to do this stuff. Like it just.
Speaking of that, what do you guys think of the final?
That concerns me.
The Final Destination movies. You guys are fans of those at all?
I love the Final Destination.
I saw the first one the day I got baptized. Trauma.
You thought you were going to drown?
I love the Final Destination movie. I especially love the last one and how they connected everything. My jaw dropped, dude, at that last one when they bring it back around, and I'm just like, that was good writing to me. I really like.
Had Stifler in it.
Thank you, John Collins. I appreciate that. Everybody likes what they like. What
I gotta go, guys.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I do have to take off. I got to work in the morning again. I have meetings. But it's great being on with you guys again. And I'm working 7 in a row, but hey, I'm getting off at 10, 12. We'll see you a few more times this week.
Oh, excuse me. See you later.
All right, man. All right. Well, thank you, Tony. It's always good to have you on, bro.
I'm glad I kept you awake.
Sorry. No,
always good to have you on.
It's been I worked a full day today, so I'm kind of
same here.
That's good. It's good.
Always a pleasure. Never a chore. I'll see you guys soon. Okay.
We'll see you, buddy. All right, man. Real quick, Michelle, I would just tell you this: if you make a YouTube video, you know what? Just make it from your heart. Just speak from your heart, right? I mean that's what I think that you should do.
That scares me. If they're going to remake The Last Unicorn, that could get really ugly.
It could.
That could get ugly in ways I don't think people understand. But hey, how about it?
Yes, Rocky Balboa underrated. He found some peace, but Apollo's wife was distraught. Yes, like there was, there's so many layers to the Rocky series where people just look at it just as
more than just a boxing movie.
It's so much
the movie
more.
about family.
I use them as
like the
inspiration.
Godfathers. It's like the Godfathers. It's all
It
about
gets me hyped. Well, there's a tie between the two. I mean, you got Talia Shire. I mean, like that's Francis Ford Coppola's sister. So it's like, you know.
Yeah.
So
oh my
so
gosh.
Saw. So 15 minutes
r-
into Saw, I'm trying to figure out where you tapped out.
I don't know, man. I mean, it was right when the movie came out on DVD. So like, I haven't watched it since. I haven't watched any of the ones after that because of that. Because I just couldn't.
Watch party.
I felt myself. I felt like I said. I really liked the first two because I felt like it was telling a story, and like I just felt like I could feel the stress. I see you back there. I'm going to bring you in just a second. I got to introduce you properly. Steve Moten here with the $4.99 super chat says, William and crew, I left the OG Candyman in fear as an 8th grader. It's even more relevant in 2021. Thoughts?
I used to dare people to say it.
Candyman's amazing.
I still don't say that. No way.
Say it.
No.
Come on.
That's like saying Beetlejuice 3 times.
Actually, I cannot wait for the Candyman sequel by Nia DaCosta.
We need to bring that kind of evil down here.
I'm looking forward to that.
Tony Todd's in it. That's coming out later on this.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
By Universal. I get the promo.
You know what? Here's one. Evil Dead. Evil Dead 2. Evil Dead 2. Evil Dead 1 is okay. It's good. I actually really like it. But Evil Dead 2, I remember seeing that as a kid, and that was amazing. All right.
Well, that's when they had money in a different studio.
Yes. And I love that series. Ash, I love. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the channel. Sasha.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh God. Why? Enosh, why'd you do this to me?
Well, now that Sasha's here,
maybe. Hey, will the puppet fall asleep like the human did?
Yeah.
Well, this is what I wanted to share. This is what I wanted to share because this came out today, talking about all these old movies and these great things. Citizen Kane is one of those movies that has been touted as being like by many as being the perfect film. The greatest movie of all time. I watched Citizen Kane last year for the first time. Okay. I had never seen it. And I gotta say, I liked it. I enjoyed it. I don't know if I would have thought that it was, but I don't know how. Have you guys seen this story? I don't know how I feel about this story.
Yeah, I saw this.
Because I've actually never seen Citizen Kane before. It's
good. It's really good. I mean, it's really good. It's definitely one of those movies that you should see within your life.
Yeah.
This article, the problem with this article is it is an 80-year-old movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you have people now reviewing it now that are viewing movies in a much different way.
I know.
But this
has no bearing on Citizen Kane's. They could give it 1,000 thumbs down, and if it's the modern era people that are judging Citizen Kane after 80 years, you got to take that into context. I mean,
but this was weird though because they
found an old review.
They found an old review. Yeah, let's read this. This is from the Hollywood Reporter. It says Rotten Tomatoes has unearthed a 1941 review of Orson Welles' classic that single-handedly took down its decades-long perfect critic score. People will think what I tell them to think, Charles Foster Kane famously declared in Citizen Kane. And for decades, many critics and film scholars thought Orson Welles' 1941 film was hands down the best movie ever made. Accordingly, the black and white drama's 100% fresh score on Rotten Tomatoes has likewise long reflected that honor, but not anymore. Citizen Kane's score across 116 reviews has been reduced to a mere 99% fresh. The ranking slip is due to a single negative review that was recently unearthed by Rotten Tomatoes as part of the site's archival project, which focuses on resurrecting critics and publications of the past and adding archived reviews to classic films. The project discovered a Citizen Kane review that ran in the Chicago Tribune in 1941 and is only available online as a scanned newspaper clipping. Last month, the review was quietly added to Kane's page. The review's headline is incredibly on point given the circumstances. Citizen Kane fails to impress critic as greatest ever filmed. If that sounds like somebody went to the theater with rather high expectations, the review confirms as much. You've heard a lot about this picture. This is the quote. You've heard a lot about this picture, and I see by the ads that some experts think it's the greatest movie ever made, reads the review. Wow. I don't. It's interesting. It's different. In fact, it's bizarre enough to become a museum piece, but its sacrifice of simplicity to eccentricity robs it of distinction and general entertainment value. The review went on to pan the film's iconic use of shadow. It gives me the creeps, and I kept wishing they'd let a little sunshine in. What did Zack Snyder direct it? Like that they had that kind of fun.
This guy's got a real hard on for Orson Welles or something.
It's too dark.
It sounds like a troll. It's a troll review.
Yet they praised Welles in the title
all the
role
way back in the 40s.
A zealous and effective performer. The critic apparently didn't put their real name on the piece. This is the part that bugs me. The critic apparently didn't put their real name on the piece, but as Boing Boing pointed out, used the common at the time pseudonym May Tenay. Say it aloud. Whoever wrote it, whoever wrote it managed to pen a bomb that took 80 years to effectively detonate and blow up Citizen Kane's perfect score. According to Rotten Tomatoes, the first Citizen Kane reviews were added to the site in 2000, and the film most likely had a consistent 100% score for the past 2 decades until Mr. or Mrs. Tenay's dismissive takedown was discovered. For the record, it says the Hollywood Reporter has been around for 91 years, and back in 1941, the Hollywood Reporter thought Citizen Kane was pretty darn good. Here are some of the movies that, by the rules of Rotten Tomatoes gladiatorial review ranking combat, are officially better than Citizen Kane by virtue of having perfect 100% scores along with at least 40 reviews. Here we go. The Terminator, Toy Story, Paddington 2, Before Sunrise, Man on Wire. They're along with the usual classic film school staples that you'd expect to find in the 100% club, such as Frankenstein, The Grapes of Wrath, The Maltese Falcon, and Battleship Potemkin. The news comes on the heels of Netflix. Is it Mank or Monk? Mank. Okay. A biopic about Citizen Kane screenwriter Herman J. Mankiewicz. There we go. Scoring a somewhat disappointing 2 Oscars on Sunday. The anonymous Chicago Tribune critic passingly mentioned Mankiewicz in their review, but apparently didn't have any strong feelings about him either way.
I will say it's interesting that they're doing this archival project where they're trying to find reviews from like older movies from like 60 to 70 years ago. That is very interesting. I will say that.
All right,
it is.
So, if there's anything that I needed, anything more than I needed to disqualify Rotten Tomatoes as pure bull, you know what? I now have it.
Poopy.
If there's anything I needed to delegitimize and wipe my ass with Rotten Tomatoes, it is now in front of me now. There could be no less meaning than
I will
this.
say though, all of the memes about Paddington today on Twitter have been amazing.
Yes.
That's stupid.
I mean, William, have you seen the Paddington movies?
Paddington is great. Yes, I like it.
No, and I'm not going to.
The Paddington movies are pure cinema. Like they're legitimately like, if you're feeling depressed, just pop them on. They're like pure joy.
Okay,
they're truly exceptional movies.
Right.
Like a Valium, yeah.
It's a talking bear. I'm going to go ahead and pass. But listen, Rotten Tomatoes, as like I said, there was a time where people just took Rotten Tomatoes as gospel, and I think now, just this is
like
stupid.
with BVS. Remember when that came out?
I agree with William. They relying on internet reviews and whatnot. Yeah, no, it's bad.
You mean to tell me just because it was trust me, there's more than one mediocre review about this movie throughout the thousands of reviews. They're just depending on when they dig back and where they dig is gonna determine what. Stop it.
Well, it's like taking the reviews seriously of the guy that does the reviews or your local Fox affiliate. It's like, I watched this on Netflix this weekend. You should watch it.
I will say,
2.5 thumbs up.
No, Robert and Ebert we took them seriously. Yes. When they did their reviews, we usually they were the first critics.
You mean Siskel
Yeah,
and
but
Ebert, right?
they had Siskel and Ebert had credibility at some point, and they told you this is just our opinion. They always recommended that you go to the movies and you judge it for yourself.
Who's the dude with the mustache? What was it, Jerry Siegel or whatever the hell to do? Who's the guy with the mustache?
Gene.
Gene
Shalit.
Gene Shalit.
Gene Shalit.
Gene Shalit. Yeah.
Any good critic tells you that they're saying this from their point of view. I mean, we got a critic here named Josh Bell who we would sit at previews together and walk out of the previews with two different thoughts of about the movie we just watched. But like I said, what I was coming into that movie to see and what he was coming in that movie to see were two different things. So y'all got to take that into context. That's the thing that Rotten Tomatoes does more damage than good, I think. If I could make something disappear, I had a top 10 list to make things disappear. Rotten Tomatoes is in that top 10.
I agree. I think I should have a movie review channel, and I should be the only one people listen to in my reviews. Mortal Kombat was the best movie of 2021. Yes.
Well, Brian, Sasha, have you guys seen the Paddington movies? Because maybe they are a little better.
No, I haven't.
No.
Watch the Paddington movies.
I can't speak on it.
No,
I can't do it.
And let me respond to that, Saggy. I mean, Sasha. Sorry, I broke kayfabe there. My bad. All right. So, anyways.
Nobody knows.
But
don't dox me, bro.
Yeah, right. Gosh darn it, you made me forget what I was going to say. But no, all I gotta say, the only reason that Mortal Kombat might even be considered one of the best movies of 2021 is lack of options.
He had Godzilla vs. Kong. That was pretty good.
I think we need to.
What, 3 movies
Brian
came out this year?
No. Listen, we need to take Brian, Master of None, and shoot him out of a cannon. Yes. Yeah.
Well, Enosh, what do you think about all this? I'm curious.
The moon. Yes.
Somewhere warm, I hope.
Moon, yeah.
So my take on this is I think it's ridiculous that if you're going to do something like this and you're going to bring up something like this, first of all, I have a problem with the idea that it's just an anonymous thing.
Well, that's how it was back in the day though for newspapers. I mean, the concept I like the concept of going back and archiving overviews from like 50, 60 years ago.
I do too.
Interesting to me.
I like that because I think it shows some authenticity, to say, look, we're going to go back to the time. I agree with what William said. If this was somebody today trying to give it a review and you knocked it down because of that, then that's utter garbage.
Well, not only that, but most of the time we know what most critics today's biases are. You know what I mean? So it's like we have no context of what this guy's bias is.
But here's the thing too.
You could have like something personal against.
Let's
the
be
guy,
honest.
You know what I mean?
Let's be honest. Let's be honest for just a second. The movies that came before, movies were these events that had to do very much with how many movies do we have out nowadays that are just flippant, kind of just.
Dude, where's my car level?
Yeah, like
and that's all it was for 90 minutes.
Right, right. You're right. Seriously.
Yeah.
Seriously, right? And so because we have that, it's not the same. And to like when they give that list of movies, there's some great movies there. Terminator is that original Terminator movie, but honestly,
Toy Story.
I mean, Toy Story. Toy Story is a fantastic movie.
I'd say it's a perfect movie.
It's really great. I'll give it that. I mean, I mean, like
it's good for what it is. Yeah.
Randy Newman, perfect.
Well, it's also the first ever computers.
Tom Hanks.
Sorry, I'm just.
Well, hold on. No, Tron technically.
Well, Tron started it, yes, but I mean like animated, like cartoon.
I know, but Tron was the first computer animation like that in a movie. But here's the thing. Even so, I don't know. I have a hard time putting, regardless of if Paddington 2 is a good movie or not, I have a hard time putting Paddington 2 up against Citizen Kane.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just don't feel that those two
Have you
movies.
seen Paddington 2? Though?
Well,
Okay, no, hold on. Saggy keeps throwing me off.
Right. Sasha
keeps throwing me off here.
Yeah.
It's the voice. I'm like, and it's like, yeah, okay. Anyways, I'm trying to just gather my thoughts on this because dude, even if Paddington 2 is a great film, right? That people can enjoy. It's a fun film, whatever. There's a lot of really good films that I like that are just great, but they're not classic, amazing, stand the test of time epics, right? So because it's just not, it's not to me on the same level as that. I mean, the same production and thought and writing that went into like a Citizen Kane or even a movie like The Ten Commandments or Ben-Hur or, the Maltese Falcon or something like that. Like that kind of epicness didn't go into making some of these modern movies that even we love today. I mean, that's one of the things that I love about Zack Snyder's Justice League is when you watch it, it's like literally on this epic scale, right? But I wouldn't put that necessarily up against one of these just absolute, classic.
No,
like,
of
some
course.
of these
I think what
movies,
most people are doing that for is because it's a joke. Like I said, it's mostly about memes and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I think that's why people are saying, "Oh, now Paddington 2 is officially the greatest movie ever." It's mostly just jokes by people. I think everyone if you were to ask them, they would say obviously Citizen Kane is more of had an impact on filmmaking and how movies are made and cultural significance.
Like I would be interested to see 80 years from now if anybody's in film school and going, "Man, I watched Paddington 2."
Yeah.
Hey, don't laugh, man. Those movies bring a lot of joy to people.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it didn't. I'm not saying it didn't. Okay.
It's just
like you're saying that. Yeah.
Measure them up against these.
I think you're hating.
movies.
Yeah. Hater.
Yeah. I just don't think you can. I just don't think it can. You can compare.
Hate
the two.
Yeah.
It's hard to compare a talking bear movie with the political drama.
I like Talking Bears. That's my favorite movie. Yes, I can relate. Yeah.
So I mean, so that's my take on it, and I don't know if it's fair to bring up a review like that, depending upon how they got it and how it's presented. I mean, I guess it is. But you're gonna tell me, but I guess but here's the thing too. Whoever submitted that original review from a newspaper from years ago wasn't submitted to Rotten Tomatoes.
Right.
Yeah. So you can't tell me that I'd be hard pressed to actually hear that every critic review that's out there, maybe the ones on Rotten Tomatoes,
why do I care about what the staff writer for
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Said
so
at, the Winnemucca Times, it's like
that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. So if you take somebody maybe all the ones that have been submitted to Rotten Tomatoes are 100% for Paddington, but are we just going to now go to some newspaper somewhere and pull that one and say?
Do they count Google reviews?
I'm sure you can find a lot of negative reviews of movies.
I just want to point out because people
I don't know how Rotten Tomatoes works. Is the ratings?
It's an aggregate. It just collects reviews and says, okay.
By who though? Who decides?
Are they going to let Doomcock do staff reviews at Rotten Tomatoes now? Is that what's going on?
Well,
I don't understand why Rotten Tomatoes is the be all end all for movies.
Well, it's not. I mean, there's Metacritic too, but
but everybody knows Rotten Tomatoes.
I know,
but
but I think at the end of the day, I think at the end of the day, though. At the end of the day, I don't care what Rotten Tomatoes says.
Right.
And more and more people.
What if in 40 years from now they put Enosh's reviews on Rotten Tomatoes? They go.
I still don't care.
Rotten Tomatoes will be around in 40 years.
I still don't care. I'll be 84 years old, and I really don't care. I really don't care because you know what? It just means nothing to me.
It's kind of like
Tomatoes score means absolutely nothing to me. I see so many movies that I absolutely love and have enjoyed over my lifetime, and they get horrible reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, and I go, you know what?
Warner Brothers cared about
screw them.
Well, Warner Brothers
cared about Rotten Tomatoes.
We already know
right now.
We already know Warner Brothers is stupid.
I know.
So.
But
they flipped
Warner
out
Media
the Rotten Tomatoes score.
Yeah, because they're stupid. Yes. Yeah.
Warner Media won't. HBO Max won't
Well, no,
because Rotten Tomatoes' power is being
stupid.
taken away by streaming.
It's like awards shows. Do you watch movies based on what's an awards show like winner is anymore?
No, half these movies aren't even shown anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. I saw Parasite because of the awards buzz, but I was already interested in that movie. So I don't think it really counted.
Right.
I like that director.
He's gone.
I did not like that
back.
movie. I just really didn't. And when I watch it, I'm not thinking Best Picture, but you know what? I got a problem with the Oscars. Like I said, the Oscars are just.
Did you even watch it this year, William, by the way?
What's up?
Did you watch the Oscars this year?
No, because I didn't care about any of the movies.
They flopped. They only got like 9.8 million views, like the lowest viewership ever.
Yeah, and then the excuses I read in one article because they're woke. I'm like, no, because most people who have an issue with wokeness, when I hate that term, weren't ever watching the Oscars to begin with.
Yeah,
the people who tuned out of the Oscars didn't care about these movies.
Well, years ago. When was the last Best Picture winner that you actually saw?
The structure of the show was bad too. Like there was no clips. It was very
Oscars
produced.
But you know what? When there's movies that people are engaged in or actors like 09 when Heath Ledger won. When it's movies that people actually see and care about, but like I said, they make it a point to make these movies that don't make any money, that don't have any exposure, that most of America, nobody saw Parasite coming into that. Nobody.
Right. Nobody did. Yeah,
that's not knocking the quality of the movie, but was it the best? I mean, Hurt Locker? These are movies that, the criteria that they're using to say best movie just doesn't relate to the average.
Hey, look, hold up. Drunk 3P is in the chat. Yeah, he's saying hello to Melons.
Drunk 3PO. I heard that you went on a date with my sister, Gina Carano, and you had a lovely time. And
good job,
I just
dude.
wanted to say, Drunk,
I never approved
looked
the puppet.
Fabulous. If she did not get wooed by those shirts, oh my God, they were beautiful.
I have a question for Drunk 3PO.
Oh, no, listen, this is my time. You shut up. No, my time.
I just wanted to ask Drunk 3PO if he's already bought a ring yet to propose.
No, he got t-shirts, and then she called him Joey. Didn't you watch the video? My God, guys, go watch Drunk 3PO's video. He went on a hot date. It wasn't really a date. I don't know. But it was a great time with Gina Carano. And everyone says I look like her. I don't know if I do. I tried to get my hair to look like her. I think Drunk, I don't know. Listen, Drunk 3PO, if you're still here, if she won't date you, I'm available. I'm available, Drunk. I'm available. Look, I got the hair down. Well, it's a little messy today because I wasn't expecting to come on a stream. I'm a little embarrassed right now because I didn't think you'd show up, but I was gonna reach out to you, Drunk. Okay, I was. I got the look. I got the look down. I saw her and I got the look. For you,
I'm almost looking forward to whatever getup Enosh is going to come back.
It looks like Drunk is cringing a little. I don't know.
I did this for him. I did this look for him. I was like, if she won't have him, because I think she should. He's a gorgeous man. He's
Sasha,
gorgeous.
You should read Zeno's comment.
You look like Glenn Danzig.
I wanted the hair. I told the hairdresser, no, listen. When I went to the hair salon, I asked the hairdresser said, "What do you want?" I said, "I want the Gina Carano. I'm trying to impress this YouTuber, and I need to get the look down." And I think I did it. Enosh, a Drunk 3PO is here, and I'm trying to tell him that if Gina won't have him, I will have him. I'm trying to do this. Like, can you help me? Put in a good word. You got your YouTuber. Do YouTube things and tell him I'm.
I don't know that I'm.
Puppet.
Look,
no,
I don't have a problem with Drunk.
Tell him I'm a good puppet.
I don't know. I don't know.
Drunk 3PO is in the verge of getting married to Gina.
He doesn't have to listen. He
Look,
doesn't
guys.
have to pay anything. I have cotton. Enosh, tell him you're a YouTuber.
I
Talk
wouldn't say-
YouTube to him.
Hey, I mean, that's cool, man. Like,
Talk
I saw it on
YouTube to
Instagram.
him.
Dude, good on you, drunk man. Right
Talk
on.
YouTube
Wait,
to
hold on.
him,
What?
Enosh.
Gina's cool. Ugh.
Well, I'm sorry. Did I miss something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
Drunk 3
that's
went on
what
a
you need
date
to
with
go
Gina
over.
Carano.
No,
Oh, well,
no, listen, Enosh, do me a favor.
well, congratulations on that. Dang,
Well, no,
hold on, Sasha.
Dang.
Let me talk. You asked me a question, Sasha.
I know.
Don't make me kick you out. I'll kick you out right now. No, look, first of all, like, I just came back into this. Give me a second. As I sit here looking at my Gina Carano Cara doing action figures, I man, if that's true, like that's the first I've heard of it, man. Way to go. Like, why not?
Yeah, he has the video on his social media. It's pretty funny and cute.
Yeah. No, I mean, hey, he seems to be fine with you, but I mean, I doubt Sasha, you're going to take him away from Gina Carano.
I asked the hairdresser to give me the hair, and she said it would work. And
I don't think it's the hair.
It's the hair. I listen, Drunk.
I don't.
I make a lot of cotton.
Thank you, Cylon. Yep.
A lot of cotton. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. No, hey, man, no, good on you, man. If you went on a date, like that's great. But Sasha, I don't think that it's the hair. I don't think it has anything to do with the hair. Gina's a beautiful woman. She's a strong woman, and I'll tell you right this, I wouldn't want to fight her for him because she'll take it down in a second.
No, I have.
Well, to be fair, it might not have been a date. It might have just been a casual dinner. I don't want to put Drunk on the spot.
I have puppet strength. I can do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know, Sasha. Why don't you put yourself in a box?
Yeah.
Mail yourself to Drunk 3PO.
Yeah.
And then we'll see if he posts pictures with you.
Can you imagine his face if I showed up at his house?
Can we read Nick Hammond's comment real quick? Does someone have a torch? It's time for a puppet barbecue.
No, we don't do puppet phobia on the Poindexter Lounge. No.
What the?
There goes Santa.
Oh.
I don't feel safe anymore.
Look at William. William looks so confused right now.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
Wow.
What's the next topic?
Yes. So what we were going to talk about though is look, there's all these people today calling for the canceling their HBO Max. And I'm trying to find my my
William, you saw that, right? The stuff I put in the Twitter DM.
Yeah, and I saw that that guy somebody wrote an article and I responded to the guy because he laid out some numbers and he's like, sorry, Snyder Cut devotees or something like that. And I responded,
Snyder Cut Bros is what he calls.
Yeah, I don't usually respond to Twitter things like that, but my question was to him is, why did it seem necessary for you to do that? Why not just put out your numbers and have it at that? What was the point? Because a lot of the people who watched all those movies, those three movies he used as examples, a good percentage of that audience was the same people who watched Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yeah.
And
William, do you buy into the numbers though? Like, do you believe like what was being reported that
the only reason I was there to even watch those movies was because I had signed up for the Snyder Cut.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the only reason I even had HBO Max, because I wasn't going to get HBO Max until the Snyder Cut, and so
I wasn't going to get it at all.
I mean, and he's basically taking a shot at the same people who are watching those movies he's touting.
Here's the controversial thing, though. Here's the controversial thing that popped up about this, and let me blow this up a little bit for everybody. So this is Scott Porch. Who is Scott Porch again?
He's a writer for Decider, the article.
That's that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know what Decider is. Is that
neither did I till today?
It's a decently sized website.
Decently sized. Okay. I'll take your word for it. But he said here's an info nugget. At HBO Max's 3 biggest opening weekend movies to date are hashtag Wonder Woman 1984, hashtag Godzilla vs. Kong, hashtag Mortal Kombat movie, sorry, hashtag release the Snyder Cut bros. To me, I agree with you, William. Look, if you're a journalist, report the freaking news.
Right.
Stop trying to make yourself part of the freaking news. Just report the news.
Well, you saw what's going on in the replies, right? He's like, oh, everyone was replying, oh, here come the Snyder Cut bros. Here comes.
And I responded to that guy too. I was like, why couldn't I enjoyed those 3 movies to a certain extent, and I enjoyed them without having to knock out any of them in favor of one. I just didn't understand. Like, if he'd have said, okay, well, this is an opinion piece or this is an editorial, then that's fine. I can take his opinion along with everybody else's, just like I can take his numbers. It's
the same thing with the CNBC article. I don't know if you guys saw that. Where they're like, oh, it failed to deliver for HBO Max's subscriber growth or whatever. Like, what's the point of that?
Yeah, until I see all the numbers and then the context of those numbers belong in, as far as successes and failures goes, he can put out any numbers he wants to, and I could just gleam across them and ignore them. But when you go out of your way to do that, why did you do that? You have no legitimate editorial reason, legitimate writing reason to take that last shot. I don't understand. Regardless of whether I agree with him or not, it sort of delegitimizes why he even wrote the article to begin with.
Well, are you guys surprised though that these 3 are like the biggest movies on the platform though? Is that like a surprising statistic to you?
No, actually, because those movies were actually marketed.
Yeah,
I mean, true, but
they're also theatrical,
and they're not 4 hours either. So.
They're also not 4 hours, and they're also attributed to the fact that the average people who signed up for HBO Max, who are not necessarily Snyder Cut fans, signed up to get things like first run movies that are in the theater at this time. So, so to me, I don't even think it's a proper comparison, because you're basically comparing almost like an HBO Max original to to box office movies.
Yeah.
Like, why you wouldn't compare those two in any other way? Then go ahead and put the Snyder Cut in theaters for us. Release the Snyder Cut in theaters. Let us see it in IMAX. Let us see it the way that it's supposed to be. Right? If you had given it a regular simultaneous thing and actually promoted the thing, then we could go back and we could take a look at it.
Yeah.
But that's not how you promoted it. Plus, people thought that they already saw this movie because they thought that they saw it 4 years ago, because the normies who don't know what this movie is. There are still people that I have conversations with, folks, that still think that this was just a director's cut of the same movie that they already saw.
And that's a failure of the marketing, because Warner Bros. Didn't support the marketing campaign for this movie.
Exactly.
One of my friends said I got a lot of Avengers vibes, and I stopped watching. I was like, oh, all right.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
That's the person that went into it with that. So,
from the Snyder Cut or the Joss Whedon version?
No, the Snyder Cut.
Yeah.
That's some of those friends. I like. Here's the thing that's been getting me down a lot about it is most of the people that I've spoken to outside of this bubble that we're in.
In a bubble.
They don't know about it. They don't care. And when they see it, they were like, eh. You know what I mean?
You weren't going to win them over anyway.
Oh, I know, but it's like at the same token, it's like half of them you had to like talk into seeing it. You know what I mean? It's like, well, hey, check it out. Oh, I don't have HBO Max.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah, but how many people signed up for HBO Max
regular
Kombat
folks, man? Like, I worked in automotive, man. So it's like there's not too many movie nerds.
I mean, you'd be surprised how many people are signing up for these day and date movies. I will say that. Like, my grandparents signed up because they wanted to watch Wonder Woman. You know.
Oh yeah, well, it's convenient, you know.
It's convenient, and we're in a pandemic. But none of these articles, and this is another article that's just pretty much like having an extra roll of toilet paper. That's pretty much serves the same purpose, because it does not lay out the parameters and the metrics that really matter to the people who foot the bill for this. If I'm HBO Max, I don't care if Wonder Woman, Godzilla vs. Kong, and Mortal Kombat had more success. Let's just say, for argument's sake, that's true. If I'm HBO Max, I don't care. All I need to know is on its own, was Zack Snyder's Justice League successful? If I'm a content-starved streaming service that got off to a rocky start and is not internationally released yet, I'm starved for content. And
I just want them to be transparent and come up with some numbers already.
All this is like it just makes you think that, okay, well then their minds have already been made up in a sense that
my concern is, and this is what the controversy was about and why people were so upset, is that if you look at who retweeted this, it's inside HBO Max.
They retracted the retweet.
They did retract it,
but there was still.
Yeah,
it's
damage
the internet.
was done, though.
The damage is done, guys.
Once
it was
you
the
do it, the
official
screenshots
HBO
are
Max
there.
account. That's the PR brand. It's the one that retweets all the articles about.
Well, didn't they already say that Wonder Woman already?
The thing is,
Snyder Cut?
They don't read those articles before.
The thing that bothered me was the reaction. Okay, all this stuff and just as something like Matt was talking earlier tonight. Okay, all that one little thing, and people are trying to burn the house down on Twitter. I looked into it like everybody. Like
I just simply respond. I just asked him, was that necessary? Even if I agree, even if I loved all three of these movies, and I didn't, I liked one of them. But say I did, and I was immediately. I just asked, was that necessary? Yeah. I'm not going to cancel HBO Max because of that.
Right.
I'm not going to.
Like if you read the article, otherwise outside of the Snyder Cut jab, it's a very positive article about HBO Max and its potential. It's very positive. It talks about success.
That's what made the jabs even more stupid. Why did your article was fine? What was the punching the balls while the ref wasn't looking moment? What did you need to do that for? It kind of like it was like an adult became a kid for a couple of seconds and then returned back into an adult again. I'm like,
no, that's why I'm tired of getting punched in the balls, man. I think I'm taking my ball and going home, dude. I'm doing the Stone Cold thing, man. Like, I'm sorry, dude.
Here's a couple of thoughts. Emmanuel says, even if those are the top 3 viewed movies on HBO Max, the Snyder Cut has to at least be in the top 5 viewed movies. And I think that's an expansion.
The loser doesn't get eliminated.
Could you imagine though if Tom and Jerry actually did more than Snyder Cut though?
It probably did that time that the Snyder Cut got leaked instead of Tom and Jerry.
Well, yeah, probably bumped those numbers a little bit.
I was going to say, you know how many people probably switched over to Tom and Jerry? Like, ooh, what?
Right.
Exactly.
I think HBO Max needs to give Zack Snyder and his movie some credit because even if the numbers,
it was the reason a lot of people subscribed in the first
place. That's what I'm saying. Like even if the numbers aren't, I guess, there for the movie itself, they have to at least acknowledge that the restore the Snyder Cut and everything, like it was a big deal. Like I said over on Matt Jarbo's earlier tonight, I said, it's a big deal when I'm at work, right, at my regular day job, and a guy comes in that I've never seen before in my store, but he walks in and he's wearing a Restore the SnyderVerse sweatshirt, and it's like my town is pretty, it's a pretty medium town, so the fact that like I knew what he was talking about. And like we talked about it, it was a great conversation. And then on top of that, it's like you see big YouTubers like Philip DeFranco has a couple million subscribers. And even when the movie came out, he talked about it on his channel. It's like it's a big deal when everybody's talking about it. So they got to at least acknowledge and give respect to that, how big it is and how much of a fan base that it actually is.
Well, and I want to point this out. First of all, Benson's Mark with a £5 super chat says, have you looked into this Woodrow Wilkins? He is not a member of the CIA. He is a writer of comic books. # Condor Man live stream. # enjoy the broccoli.
What's wrong, broccoli?
I don't know why, but when
there's nothing wrong with broccoli.
When I saw the name Wilkins, delicious. I thought of the Wilkins coffee commercials.
That's
of course you did.
No. Saggy, this is Mark. We're gonna do a Condor Man, the movie Condor Man. It's an old 80s Disney film from a long time ago, and but it's funny because it's about a superhero guy. It's an older movie. Talk about older movies tonight, but it's one of Mark's favorite movies that he brings up a lot in our streams. and so I had said we're gonna do. So this is a quote from that movie, and then we've said we're gonna do a Condor Man live stream. But the broccoli thing was he was talking about some other things where it's like, you know what, people's opinions can change over time, like people who think that, like you just have to have the same opinion, if you didn't like something at one point or, another point, that you know, apparently you can't change your thoughts on it, you know, and I you know, that's what he was saying. He's like, when I was a kid, he said a couple of days ago, he said, when I was a kid, I didn't like broccoli. Things change, you know. Yeah, we're gonna watch Condor Man, so that's gonna be fun. One of the things I wanted to point out here, and then I want to bring a couple people in and just kind of have a little bit of a discussion as we head towards the end of the night. And I did put the link in. Tonight's not gonna be a full call-in show, so I will just tell you this: we're not gonna, you know, even attempt to get to everybody who jumps in the back room tonight. So if you're back there, there's a chance. But I'm not going to promise everybody, because we've already gone on for over 2 hours, and we are winding it down. My
back's getting kind of sore.
I just figured we'd bring in a couple people, get a couple of thoughts on a couple of things, you know. But we're not going to go full tilt, you know, because we're just not going to do that tonight. But I do appreciate you chiming in. I do appreciate you coming into you know, the back room there, and we'll try to get to a couple of you. If we don't get to you, we'll get to you at another time. So here we go. So here's from the actual article. He said, and this is why I think it's worded in a really stupid way, and it's almost attacking and it's downplaying the Snyder Cut completely. And I don't think that you can, even if you don't like the concept of the Snyder Cut, even like you said, William, if these numbers, you know, are one way or another and it's not in the top 3 or whatever. At the time that the Snyder Cut came out, Godzilla vs. Kong wasn't out and Mortal Kombat wasn't out. Okay, so things are always going to overtake other things, but you can't tell me that the Snyder Cut didn't do anything for HBO Max. You cannot tell me that, because there's too many people who signed up specifically during Wonder Woman 84. I signed up during Wonder Woman 84 not to see Wonder Woman 84. I signed up at that point because I figured, you know what? I don't know if my theater is going to open, and this may be the only place I get to see Wonder Woman 84. So I signed up just in case so that I could see it. But then I stayed on because I knew the Snyder Cut was coming. And now they've got a lot of programming that has kept me in. And that's the truth. HBO Max is a great streaming service. I watch HBO Max more than any of the other streaming services that I have. And I have Hulu, Netflix,
Disney,
you know, and now HBO Max, and we have Amazon, and I watch HBO Max pretty much every day, something on HBO Max. If I'm bored and there's nothing on, I put on South Park, I put on Robot Chicken, I'll go through and find a new show, something like that. I put on the Snyder Cut sometimes, you know, if I'm working or whatever, just doing stuff. But here's what he says. It says Keelar, meaning Jason Keelar's plan to boost HBO Max subscribers with blockbuster movies is working. Of course it is. Of course people are going to flock to that. If you could pay $15 a month and watch all these first run movies, why wouldn't you do that? A Warner Media exec told me this week that DC's Wonder Woman 84, monster mashup Godzilla vs. Kong, and video game adaptation Mortal Kombat, all big, expensive franchise films, have been the 3 biggest opening weekend movies since HBO Max launched nearly a year ago. Sorry to those who spent the last 3+ years clamoring for the Snyder Cut.
What am I sorry for?
What am I sorry for?
Yeah.
What is the point of putting that in the article?
That's the only thing. When I tweeted, I asked him that. What was, despite your article, one way or another, what was that last jab for? Why did you feel that validated anything? That meant nothing to anything you said. And if you're an analytical person at HBO Max, the success of those 3 movies don't mean anything, nothing in regards to your decision to whether you're going to go forward with SnyderVerse or not. Because on its own,
and you point out something great too. Movies are if the service is growing, then each new movie should do better than the last. That just makes logical sense.
Now, but is it just me? And correct me if I'm wrong here, but does nobody want to point out the fact that all these articles specifically mention the Snyder Cut, and it's like,
if it's not a big deal,
if it's not a big deal, why do you keep mentioning it? Yeah, exactly. Thank you, William. I'm glad you knew where I was going with that.
Oh my goodness.
Well, here's a great point. Point too. By Santanu, says or Santanu says people don't understand that there is a demographic overlap with Wonder Woman 84, Zack Snyder's Justice League, Godzilla vs. Kong, and Mortal Kombat. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I said
They're all
exactly,
genre
because he's
movies.
making fun of. He just took a shot at a good portion of the audience that does the movies he touted. Because I watched all those movies.
Yeah.
So you just took a shot at me while trying to dismiss me at the same time and praise 3 movies that I watched. Yeah. So I was part of that number you're doubting. So yeah, this article.
Well, and the thing is when you look at the worldwide numbers, which nobody has talked about the worldwide numbers, because this was a worldwide event, and I want and I don't want to take away actually from Benson's next one, but Whitaker, Caton here with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Whitaker. Says just finished watching Zack Snyder's Justice League for the 7th time. Heck yeah, heck yeah.
Should be up to 15 by now.
Right. Yeah, I've watched it so much. And then Benson's here says with his £5 super chat, thank you, sir. Says Justice League was a major event. Absolutely. I watched it with 3 friends. Why is everyone missing that this was a movie to watch with friends, not alone? I agree. There were so many people who got together and watched this. It was almost like when you got together back in the day and watched the pay-per-views for WWE or something, right? Like y'all went in, y'all watched it together because everybody didn't get their own, whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
You watch us all together.
I wanted to ask.
I didn't pay for 5 individual people to go to see Zack Snyder's Justice League in my family multiple times. I paid for that. And I've watched it several times, but you know what I mean? Like it didn't register 5 times when I watched it that first time.
Yeah. I wanted to ask everyone on the panel. So if you go back to the tweet from that guy, the controversy that started was because inside HBO Max, the official PR account retweeted it. I know they did eventually retract it, but I'm curious if Enosh, William, anybody in the chat, like, is that of significance to you?
None.
Yeah.
None.
It is to me.
None whatsoever.
What does this say? Like, what does
you know what it says to me
when they agree with it.
Well,
no,
it doesn't. You know what it says to me? You know what it says to me is that somebody made a positive post about HBO Max. Somebody looked at it and went, yeah, heck yeah, it's a positive post about us. Wonder Woman, Godzilla, Mortal Kombat. He is a guy from, whatever this Decider thing is, whatever, so it's like, okay, yeah.
And he's got a blue check mark by his name.
Yeah, he's got a blue check mark by his name. So you say, yeah, they're talking about us. And then somebody realized this part right here.
Yeah.
This bottom feeding comment right here on the bottom.
They sped Reddit, and I know guys who work in that particular department. And what they do is they have a keyword generator, and things pop up on their thing. They read it. They look for certain hallmarks. If you're a credible organization, so if you're like Hollywood Reporter, or if you're large enough, you got the blue check. They retweet, and they click, and it does. It happens.
I know
really
some people
fast.
are mentioning, because the article mentions like he talked to a Warner Brothers insider. Some people think this was a PR thing for HBO Max.
Oh, I don't.
HBO Max approved the article.
No, because they wouldn't have rescinded the tweet then.
Well, what I'm saying is, when you look at that first glance, and we all know how people's mindset is, the first thing they're going to think of is what I just said, is like, oh, they agree with
because we've had to fight for 3.5 years. We're always going to be.
But that's what I'm saying. That's the first thing that people. I already saw people posting screenshots of them canceling HBO Max over.
Oh yeah,
but that's what I'm saying.
Big checkmark accounts are posting that they canceled it, or like they have canceled HBO Max in their Twitter name now.
And I think it's kind of like I think it's kind of funny that
people need to stop.
Well, here's the thing. The funny part of that is they do it at this point.
I want to cut a promo really, really bad. Okay,
let's go. I want Angry Brian.
All right,
let's go.
No. This is going to be as close to Angry Brian, but measured. Okay, people need to chill out. All right. We've already established the fact that we're not going to get any kind of headway, whether positive or negative, anytime soon. So the best thing to do at this point, okay, I mean, if you want to keep engage with kindness. Dude, honestly, say thank you to them for giving us the Snyder Cut in the first place.
Absolutely.
Maybe if you change tactics, instead of threatening them all the damn time, they won't think we're so bad. You know what I mean?
That's a great point.
There's a reason why they dropped that toxic thing, okay? Because honestly, sometimes when your first reaction to this article is to say, "Oh, F HBO Max, I'm out." Yeah, that's toxic, bro. Like, just calm it down, relax.
What's the benefit for them to give some toxic fandom what they want if we're going to blow hot and cold that way? So you're going to tell me we fought for 4 years, Brian,
to blow it off in 10 seconds
to get the Snyder cut, and in a month, because we haven't gotten any news in a month, that all of a sudden we're just angry and we're gonna do, like, where's still the joy that we even got the Snyder cut?
And that's the thing.
Right.
Like, I think if you want to make a statement to HBO from now on, and you don't want to come across looking like a bitter person, it's just to say, hey, thank you, you know, for giving us the cut. Thank you for, you know, allowing us to have it. You know what I mean? Because they didn't have to give it to us.
I will say though, I feel like the fans had to fight because the Ant interview came out so quickly. I think
I get it. Our defenses were up off.
There was no period of gratitude because I felt like we had to fight immediately.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. It's kind of really funny that now people are like canceling HBO Max, and in my head, I'm just like, you know what? It would have been a decent time to like put your money where your mouth is before it came out, when you wanted it to come out. And you wanted to make noise and say, hey, you're not going to get my money until you release this. But it's weird that they're doing it now after that tweet. That's why I was going to say it just makes no sense. People decide at weird times when they're going to quote boycott things.
Yeah. And here again, Ryan Hartwell said the frustration is understandable, but we need to chill.
Yeah, just rein it in.
Like just bring it back a little bit. You know,
I just don't understand how one tweet can get people so angry, saying that AT&T doesn't deserve our money anymore.
The emotions are on high right now.
Right, because like I said, they saw that and they immediately was like, HBO Max agrees with them. Right. Screw them. That's literally what it was.
Because I'll say quickly, like, part of me was angry too, because I looked down at the surface and I wasn't like thinking really clearly, and I said, "Oh, they retracted," and I started thinking more clearly. Okay, maybe it was a mistake. This and that. You know, I understand why the initial reaction is a little upsetting, because it's like it feels like insulting for all like the hard work you put in.
But once they retracted it, really, that should have been the end of it. Because if the conspiracies were true, we would still be looking at it on there, and it's not. All they did, they look at thousands of these things a day. There's a guy in the PR thing, it's sitting on a computer. He speed reads something and he retweets it. He probably retweeted 30 or 40 things literally within a half hour that happened, or was involved on different platforms. That person probably has Instagram in front of him. He has everything in front of him, and he retweeted it out of speed and then retracted it once he realized what it was. And if they didn't care, and people understand this, HBO Max is your ally. All right. Screw what Ann Sarnoff said. Screw anything from any of these other podcasts. They're not your ally. They don't care. They're never going to give you what you want. But you do have a history of HBO Max giving you content that you enjoy. So support them. And when they do something, when they put out something, HBO Max puts out a tweet for some other thing. If you have to put Restore to SnyderVerse on it, do so while you're engaging on the topic. So Kong vs. Godzilla, I enjoyed this and that. Really enjoyed that. I'd also like to see more of the SnyderVerse, but thanks for it. Blah, blah. But don't just blatantly put Restore to SnyderVerse. That becomes white noise. Engage with people on their entire platform, and if you don't, they're just going to tune you out.
Well, it's become a movement.
And when they do, it's all over. Like,
movement has to have minds, though.
Right, but here's the thing. It's another example of movement. It's a movement who got results, right? Because you got what you guys wanted, and then you have people who still are in that mindset of, well, we already got what we wanted, now we want more. And then you will have people who will take things like that and just go with it. You have to remember, we're talking about people on the internet.
Entitled.
Right, entitlement.
But see, the thing is like, were we entitled the SnyderVerse, or is that just
honestly the only person I feel like was entitled was Zach. I feel like he's the only one who, at the end of the day, has 100% entitlement to that because of what happened. But as far as fans go, yeah, it was a great thing that we got it. We would love to have more, and it's fine if you want to fight for that. But there are ways of doing it where it doesn't come off like everyone said, toxic.
Yeah, don't be that guy.
Like that's why I said it's stupid that they're canceling HBO Max now. Like this, you don't cancel it now. You should have canceled it when you wanted it. When you wanted it.
You're taking the power from the strongest tool we have. You're literally undercutting the biggest ally that the Snyder content has. You're taking away their leverage. You're taking away. So when they go to the meeting, when Casey Bloys goes to that meeting and shows his numbers, and he's sitting next to the film division, and they're all sitting in front of Keelar, you're basically ripping that guy's balls off by doing this.
And when you cancel
because here's the thing, the radio silence from Jason Keelar. Look, I've told people there's another question down here that asks, if I think the SnyderVerse will be restored. I believe that we will see stuff if we act in the right way. And we don't act like a toxic fandom
unstable
that is just unstable and crazy.
Just
and we're just going to unsubscribe at the drop of a hat. Look, Zach has told us not to unsubscribe. Ray Porter, Ray Fisher, they all have told us not to unsubscribe. Why would they say that? Why would they just tell you don't unsubscribe, watch the film, be positive, use the hashtag restore the SnyderVerse, which keeps trending every day. Do those things. Don't you think that there's something going on? But like you just said, William, if we look unstable, we're cutting. Jason Keelar has been an advocate for the Snyder Cut. If we just act crazy about this and we're angry and we just look like an angry mob, like you said, it cuts off.
We won't get a damn thing.
We won't. H. Bart's
retracted.
I want to because I don't want to go too much longer, but I want. There's a couple people back there at least that I want to get to. H. Bart's with a $2 super chat. William versus William Dawn of Violence.
No, but Jarbo's mentioning it too. Like
we know that William. We know William loves the violence and the gore apparently now. And then thank you H. Bart's, and then Benson's with a £2 super chat says hashtag stop abusing Brian's balls.
Wait till you get to Vegas.
No.
And I think right here as we get ready to bring in our guest here, this will be for both of them because it goes with both.
Lands on his feet.
Oh, Brian.
Somebody that I love, though, longtime friend of the channel, and I always love when she has takes on stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the channel, Amparo. Good to see you, Amparo.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Hello, Amparo.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing? Are you well? I know she went through 2 bouts of COVID, and so
yes. So nothing can kill me now.
She has
we need to draw blood from you and give it to the rest of us.
Yes,
I get it.
She ascended to god-like status. She's a goddess.
Yes.
No, I was listening to what you were saying, and I understand, but I don't completely agree. I mean, it's not that I don't agree, but I can understand how people feel like very touchy with this subject, because when the Zack Snyder Justice League was announced, we were all very grateful, right? Mm-hmm. And many of us subscribe. We pay the subscription for a year. And we were always saying thank you. We were always grateful for what they have done. It's not like they did just a favor to us. It was a business for them. And we were their customers. We pay. It's not just like it was when we were fighting for releasing the Snyder Cut. We didn't pay anything. We were just fighting. Mm-hmm. So now we are customers. And we see that the Wonder Woman 3 gets announced after a weekend, and it has mixed reviews. Then the Batman, pretty sure it will be a good movie, but it hasn't been released, and it already has a TV show, HBO Max show. The
Godzilla
same
versus Kong. Same thing with that. It's getting
the same with the Suicide Squad. It's getting Peacemaker. So everything is already announced, even before they go out. Yeah. So it's like we have to be always begging and begging and begging. It's always us.
Yeah.
The Zack Snyder fans.
Can I say something to that?
And not just that, we get like always degraded, always humiliate, like Ann Sarnoff, and now this. It's like little drops every day. There's always something. And it's like why it's always us? It's like, forgive my French, but it's like we are the bastard sons that we never get anything, and everybody else get it like for free. It's like we have to be always begging and always saying thank you, and I think that everything has a limit. It's not always. I mean, we have to be thankful, but I mean, we cannot be begging all the time. They have to show us something.
To a certain point, then you have to be willing to like drop your arms, and you know what I mean.
Here's the thing.
But I have for a year.
So some of the stuff you just mentioned, the announcements, a lot of that. What I wanted people to understand is everything that you just mentioned came from, even though it's floating over to HBO Max, came from Warner Brothers proper. So they're going to announce that, and I think we need to sort of ignore that while we're waiting. And here's why. The announcements that we're waiting for will not come from those people. They're not going to give us anything. If we get one more inch of Snyder content, it's coming from HBO Max. It's coming from a different hierarchy altogether. So they can announce Peacekeeper. They can announce, anything they want to. And it's important for us not to get frustrated because of those announcements that come in, because those people that are making those announcements will never make a Snyder announcement because it's no longer in their purview. The next announcement we're getting is going to come from HBO Max. It's going to come from the chief content officer, which is Casey Boyes. And we haven't heard anything from them yet. Now, they're new to the games. This entire fight that we've been fighting since 2017, these guys are the newest players in that game. They're the newest people to the arena. So we kind of got to give them time, and we also got to give them leverage, because even though we've been patient, this has not been their fight. AT&T didn't even own Warner Brothers at the time. It was the transition hadn't even happened. So we got a new set of allies, and we just got whatever Warner Brothers says, that is coming from a division that didn't greenlight the Snyder Cut to begin with, and is not. We don't look to them for anything. Now, when Keelar gets on there and starts saying stuff, and Boyes comes in and starts saying stuff, and you start seeing things on their Twitter, then it's going to be moved. But it's going to take some time. They're still analyzing the numbers. They're still analyzing the returns. Now they're probably in the phase, okay, this is what Zack Snyder bought us. Forget about these other 3 movies, these articles. This is what Zack Snyder bought us. And like I always say, Enosh came on to HBO Max, and he floated over to all this stuff. He floated over to every animated DC content I had, and he watched the Nevers. He watched all this. And guess what? Even though the monetary value in Justice League may be less or whatever, the brand recognition and brand loyalty that Enosh gave me through that Zack Snyder's Justice League doorway is important. It's going to take months for them to make that analyze, because they need a better sampling of just a month of what Enosh is doing. They need to know if Enosh has been watching Leftovers. They need to know and that's going to take that's going to take about 6 months for them to develop a template for what the people who came in for this Snyder Cut are doing, and if it's worth it to make another step. So canceling it.
Well, plus the alone, the idea of bringing everybody back together from scratch, all these actors figuring out what they're going to do with it. Are they going to do it as a film? Are they going to do it as a series?
Please do it as a series.
Oh, I hope so too. But the thing is like that's all negotiation that has to happen. And just the fact that we haven't gotten enough. Look, with Wonder Woman 3, all the players are there already. Right. So literally it's just negotiate, do it. And you have something in place. It's like, hey, if this does so much, if we do what we wanted to do here, we green light it and we go. Right. And that's good. With Zack Snyder's stuff, the problem is that all these players, like, they're all doing other things now. Gal Gadot is pregnant. So that puts stuff into question.
Cleopatra?
She's got Cleopatra. She has a Cleopatra movie coming up. So you're going to have to figure out scheduling with all this. You're going to have to figure out contracts. Like, are you going to be able to bring in everybody? What's the story you're going to tell? Because even Zach himself has said, look, those storyboards are not the story, right? I saw somebody, crapping on, and people tried to make a big deal because I didn't like the idea of, dead Dick Grayson or, Batman and Lois Lane together, right? But the thing is that some of those story elements aren't even there anymore. They were on those storyboards because they were throwing stuff up there to see, what they wanted to stick. But there's a lot of negotiation that still has to take place, and a month or so is not going to bring all that together.
Possible replacements. I'm going to bet my money that you're not going to see all these people. You're going to see these characters move forward on HBO Max, but you're not going to see the big names available, because a lot of that is going to be a compromise Warner Brothers proper, that we want to continue on with Gal Gadot. We want to continue on with this guy. We think we can make money on the big screen, and HBO Max is going to be like, great, we're not going to stop the overall company from making money with these people, but schedule logistical wise, we're moving forward. So right. I don't think you're going to see everybody that we're familiar with, but I think we'll be okay with it. If we, I said, if we go forward, we'll be okay. But it is going to take some time.
Well, here's the thing. This is why at this point in the game, people should not cancel their HBO Max, because at this point, right, we already have the cut. Good. Now, like Amparo was saying in the beginning, because she's a goddess and she's smart, which is in the beginning, we weren't customers. So we were just noise. Then people bought HBO Max. Now we're customers. So if you cancel your HBO Max, you're not a customer. You're not giving them money. Why do they care about what you have to say? You're not you're not a customer. So if you're not a customer, if I owned a business and you're not a customer, I don't care what you have to say about my business. You're not paying me. Sorry. That's the truth.
Yes,
so don't cancel it.
I agree, but if you want to keep your customers, you have to keep what they want. I mean, I work in customer service. I mean, I work in hospitality. And if I don't give the guests what they want, it's like, okay, I go someplace else.
Right, but here's the thing. I've worked in customer service too, so I think it's different from what we do, because we're working for a company. And even if, like, for because because you work in the customer service, when a customer is yelling at you because they're not getting what they want, because the company can only do so much at the time, they can't, there's only so much we can do as a sales rep, right? Or a customer service rep. There's only so much power and control we have. We have to call whoever to get something done. And if they can't do anything about it, the customer's angry, they're walking out. I'm not coming back. You're not getting my money. Okay, well, that you walking out of the door isn't going to bankrupt this business. And like I said, HBO Max doesn't just cater to just us, to people who are into the Snyder Cut or into DC or Warner Brothers. There are other people who use the services for HBO original TV shows, other movies that are out there. So even if we all say a bunch of us, like 100 of us or a couple, it's not going to hurt them. So that's, like I said, as long as they still are making money, they don't care. If we're not customers, they're not going to care about us anymore. So
yeah, no, I get you, but I'm going to play devil's advocate here. You know what? Okay, so I have like two kind of question things. Okay, one.
Nope, you only get one. You only get one.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, what if the only answer we get is silence? How long is that? When? And I'm not saying like
depends on over what course of time.
I'm not talking about
for how long, because
that's what I'm saying. Well, if they're quiet for 6 months,
after 6 months, then I would be like, okay, now what? Because after you're gonna have 3 months of analytical data that is just going to be flooding the proper people with boring numbers we have, and after that, after you have that meeting, then you have to have what's called a laying out the ground and logistical meeting to find out even if it can happen. That's going to take another 90 days. That's for real, because you're negotiating not just with the actors and everything else. You're talking about unions, people who set this up. Then you're putting things into place before you can even make an announcement, because you don't want to look stupid. So you're looking at minimum 6 months before you can even drop a hint, especially if it's going to be in serious format. And I know that's not what a lot of people want to hear, but you got to understand, though, we just had this. It just aired on March 18th. We're still, be honest with you, if I'm HBO Max, I don't stop looking at the analytical data until roughly around June. And once these other things start leaving, like when these movies reach their 31-day window, then I look at another trove of analytical data, because I want to know what was the staying power once these other mega hits are gone. What's Zack Snyder's Justice League doing there? Because I'm about to drop a lot of money on this. I'm about to drop a lot of. We're talking possibly if they film them back to back, or they film seasons 1 or 2 and 3 back to back. We're talking upwards between 150 to 200 million. And this time, we're also thinking about advertising it. So we're talking about maybe another 50, 60 million. That is not a decision you make on March 19th after March 18th.
Right. By the way, you guys are forgetting something really, really important here. Like Enosh said, right? Zach said, don't cancel HBO Max, right? And we all know why that is, because guess what? He's coming up with more projects that are going to be through HBO Max. So the best way to show support that you want this to happen is to support Zach in all the things he's doing, because he's still doing work on HBO Max, and they're going to be looking at how, now that they have eyes on him, they're going to be looking to see how all of his future works are doing. And yes, it might take a while of silence before they greenlight anything, if they do with Zach. But the best way, like William said, and what Amparo said, and what Brian said, the best course of action now is to support Zach, support all of the actors that are part of this project, and support HBO Max to show them we are here, we're still supporting. And that's the best way to do it. Is that's why he's saying don't cancel it. I still have projects coming out on HBO Max. Show that support, show that some love. And no, it's not Elite Matt Jarbo. I'm just saying, because if at the end of the day, if you want to see more results at this point now, you have to show more support to this man. Show him that we're watching his movie. Show him that we're fans of his work, because that's what they're looking at.
Well, that's why I've been saying we need to see what happens in Army of the Dead. If that's a big smash success, that can change a lot.
I'm just saying,
don't think that they're going to be watching to see what Army of the Dead does.
Yeah. Part of the analytics is staying power, which means
I just mean, like, for Army of the Dead, if it's a big success, maybe Netflix signs Zach to an exclusivity deal. Maybe that emboldens HBO Max to want to pursue the Snyder Cut because they don't want to lose him to Netflix.
Well, what inspired the Snyder Cut anyways? Netflix inquired about the Snyder Cut. That's just fact. Netflix inquired about the Snyder Cut.
Weren't they going to pay like $400 million or something?
They wanted to pay big time money to possibly get it, and so that's definitely a part of that. Is like if they see that there's something there. I do want to read TTC Sniping's super chat here. $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. It says if it feels like a kick in the nuts by Jesus himself. I'm mad at WB, HBO Max, and Keelar for treating us like idiots, but feeling used at the same time. Crazy.
Keelar and HBO Max are not, though.
I understand the frustration. Trust me, I do understand the frustration with the whole thing as a whole, but I think we also have to make sure that we know where to point that frustration. And it may feel like it's all of these things ganging up on us, when in reality it's not. It's not all these things ganging up on us, and it feels fresh because we felt like, hey, this is a success. This is something everybody loved. Hey, we should be able to get this thing going forward and get this thing moving right away, when it's actually going to take time. And so I understand the frustration, but the kick in the nuts is coming from these pundits, right? A lot of the same people who would have had you believe that the Snyder Cut doesn't exist, right? A lot of these same people at Warner Brothers Pictures who never wanted anything to do with the Snyder Cut, who never wanted to see anything with the Snyder Cut. Of course, those people are going to tell you the same thing now. Their minds didn't change. Hamada's mind didn't change. Emmerich's mind didn't change. I guess Emmerich did have a part in getting the Snyder Cut, done, according to Zach. But the thing is that, like you said, a lot of it has to do with, is there a push for it? Are there people that want it? How are we conducting ourselves? Are we showing ourselves to be a stable group of people who are in this for the long haul, instead of flippant, and just like, well, we didn't get our sequel right away. We didn't get this right away. Well, in reality, let's be honest. That's not what the Snyder Cut movement was even about. We fought for 4 years just to see the Snyder Cut. Now, once we've seen the Snyder Cut, we all agree we got to restore the SnyderVerse. We got to see the additional things.
We do, but at what cost?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Not at the cost of being a bunch of idiots.
I would rather not come across as looking like a bunch of a-holes on the internet that bullied a studio into doing something that they didn't want to do.
I agree.
So it's like, where is the point where we stop? as a fandom. No, just I mean, like,
when the buildings burn and the world crashes.
I'm just saying, like, there has to be a point where we just kind of drop our arms and say, you know what, DC's going to do their thing, man, and let them do their thing. You know what I mean?
I know.
But that's what it is. Like,
go ahead,
that's kind of how I feel. It's like, I mean, you just kind of, hey, whatever, man.
When
just
Zack Snyder comes on and says, "Go ahead and
I
cancel."
want to hear.
Honestly, dude, well, I'm kind of disappointed that I agree with Matt. Like, Zack Snyder should have said something, you know, because
that
the
tells
problem
you
is
right there.
Yeah.
Well, I think no, because it's like I think they're afraid of stuff. I just afraid of the reaction.
You have illegal
because
you
there's
have
just
legal
so
issues.
much.
You can't
Well, I get you, but like,
if I may,
is none of this stuff discussed before a movie comes out?
No,
all
not
of it done
necessarily.
after?
Not with this one.
Not when
Not
you're
with this
talking
one.
about a movie that was already made.
Not with
when
the
you're
Snyder
talking,
cut. That's
yeah,
where
when
this is different.
Yeah, when you're talking about, so say if we're talking about Lord of the Rings trilogy, and we have all these things planned out, that's one thing. But this was a result.
No, that there's a difference. There's animus involved. People are angry now. They weren't angry 4 years ago when all this stuff was happening. So the problem is that it's kind of like a tinderbox, and all it's going to take is somebody like mistweeting something for the whole thing to go. So what I'm saying is I think honestly you either have to like change your strategy entirely because the old ways aren't working like they used to. I'm not seeing it, you know.
Yeah, but there's no.
I want to hear
new ways.
I understand they can't make anything right away, but I'm just saying, like,
I was gonna say Amparo was trying to say something.
Oh, sorry. I just. All right.
Can I answer this question? Can I answer this question? Can I answer this question right here? Zach and Ray tell you to keep your subscriptions is just them being professional.
I don't think so.
No. So listen to me. Ray Fisher and Ray Porter said that right here on this channel. Can I just tell you something? I talked to them for about an hour after that stream. They were not just being professional. Okay? I'm telling you that personally. I'm not revealing something crazy or whatever. I'm just telling you that is not just them being professional saying, oh, yes, just keep your HBO Max subscription. Because you know what? Ray Porter is also using the hashtag Restore the SnyderVerse and campaigning for the SnyderVerse. Okay. Ray Fisher is also using hashtag Restore the SnyderVerse. This is not, that was not just them being professional.
Yeah.
Okay. I've talked to them personally after the stream, off the air, nobody around. Right. And I'm not telling you anything that's some crazy private thing. They want to see this just as much as we do. And they're a part of it. You know, if it happens, they're a part of it. It's not just them being professional just to save face for HBO Max. This is something that they really believe can happen. So
I think they know the parameters. I think that at some point, the people that are involved in this have been told what the parameters. Zack Snyder was told because of the obvious question as he's doing this, would there be more? Probably before he was even done. Somebody important told him, this is what we're waiting for. This is what we're looking for. Please don't say anything because we want it needs to be organic. It can't be fake or staged. The reaction has to be real.
Sorry, Amparo, were you going to say something, Amparo?
No,
yeah,
it's
I want
just
Amparo.
that
Yeah, because
it's
I want to
like,
get the next caller in after Amparo.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
No. I did not mean that. No, we've been talking, and so I want to hear from you, Amparo. What do you think?
No, but it's like Zack Snyder on HBO Max has to be proving himself time and time again. And pretty much almost at the same time that the Zack Snyder Justice League is coming out, what they put on HBO Max? A Joss Whedon show. So it's like they have the nevers. And
he's not a part of that anymore, is he?
Not anymore. But I mean, that was a show that was already coming out, though, too.
Yeah, but it has to come out like right now. It's like everything, the timing and everything. And they put, I mean, when I turn on the HBO Max, the first thing that shows is the nevers. Just added, the nevers. Created by Joss Whedon, executive producer Joss Whedon. So he is in the credits.
Well, yeah, because he has to be. He legally has to be. There's no way to take it off.
So it's like and I think they stopped. I mean, they did that he went away, we can say, because of everything that Ray Fisher said. Otherwise, if it wasn't public, he'd still be there. So, and in a creative way, they have more trust in Joss Whedon than Zack Snyder. They gave him a show and not to Zack Snyder. It's like, I mean, it's too much.
If they had that much choice, trust in him, he would still be employed by them. He's not. You got more of a chance of Zack Snyder being employed by WB before you ever probably have a chance of seeing Joss Whedon employed. And the Nevers was something that was already planned to come out. I wouldn't read too much into it. Like I said, we're dealing with a different alien. We're dealing with a streaming service. And they don't communicate like the traditional way because they're bean counters. They respond to numbers and analytics. They might not even be the best public relations people. And you know what? We may not need them to be. We just need them to respond in the right way. And like I said, the fact that Zack Snyder says don't unsubscribe, I'm after everything he's been through, that carries a lot of weight. I can deal with the silence as long as I have somebody that high up and that intricately a part of it saying don't unsubscribe. That means something. His words mean something. I can wait 6 to 9 months if I have to. Now, when he comes out and says drop it, then yeah, that's a different thing. But
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I hear Zack Snyder or Jason Kilar saying this is not going to be a thing, this is not going to happen. Look, I'll be the first one. I'll say, hey guys, we had fun.
Go your own way.
We had fun. We had fun. You know what? We're going to enjoy the Snyder Cut. We're going to enjoy what we got, and we're going to talk about the other things. And you know what? Maybe we get something, in a comic book form or an animated movie, or trying to look at some other way of doing it or whatever. I don't know, but I think we gotta wait for that. But Amparo, I love you.
It was really nice talking to all of you. Thank you so much for
Always
having
good
me.
having you on.
Share
Always
this
good
time with
having you
me.
on.
Have a great evening.
You too.
You too.
Thank you,
Amparo.
Amparo. Amparo's
Bye.
awesome. Bye-bye. From the first time I ever spoke to Amparo, when I first started doing call-ins, I have loved her. She's just a fabulous woman.
I was just gonna say, I love her too. She has she just has that aura about her. I'm just like, I love her. And her accent.
Where's she from? Yeah, her accent. Where's she
sounds
from?
like South Brazil, isn't it? Where's that flag from? Brazil or South America?
Oh man, I can't remember. I mean, I know she's up by Jarbo now, though. Like, that's where she lives.
Oh, she's here.
Yeah, she's here. Yeah, she's here. So I'm only going to bring in one more, guys. So there's a couple more people in the back, but we're only going to bring one more person in, and I'm going to bring him in because he was asking from the very beginning, because I did put out there that this might be a call-in show. We got on actual topics. I didn't think that we were going to have actual good topics, but I think that we had
a couple hours.
But I tell you what, though, we had a great time talking about some classic films, though, man. I had to go back and change the title of this video to more reflect what the actual video was, because
I saw that.
because like this is what we talked about. So I think that's awesome, and that's awesome because that shows what a great community you guys have, and so that you guys are, here at the Poindexter.
So Amparo is from Uruguay.
There you go.
Wow, that accent.
Mm-hmm.
I know. That's why I was like, God, shut up so she could talk. I want to hear her talk.
All right. So if you are in the back, just know we're going to bring in a collaborative Kiwi. And like I said, if you are back there, like I told you in the beginning, I appreciate you guys, trying to call in. We'll try to get you guys in at another time, but we won't be bringing in any more people after collaborative. Okay. So that we can finish up, but want to bring him in here now. What's up, collaborative Kiwi? How are you doing?
Uh-oh.
I think he's muted.
You're muted.
He's like, oh.
See if I can unmute.
How's that? Is that better?
That's better. Yeah. Cool. Now we can hear you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too, man.
Okay, dude.
I just wanted to get back on the whole Snyder topic as everyone's on it. I just wanted to say a couple of things. Like, for me, I know a little bit about, like, I'm from New Zealand, so like I have a feeling that trying to track the numbers back is going to be a very hard job for HBO Max. As people are saying, it has been an international success.
Mm-hmm.
That's because HBO Max has probably made a ton of money out of this without telling anyone, because they've sold it to multiple different companies all around the world to get the streaming rights and permission for that. Then they're not counting their numbers for HBO Max. And as we all know, the Snyder Cut movement is an international thing.
Yes.
So by that happening, the numbers from all these other streaming services, there's heaps of them out there where they've gone and sold the rights to each one of them. they're not being counted. It's just HBO Max. And most of the people, from what I've heard, have gone and unsubscribed before the calling, it's the investor day type of thing that Disney does, but it's for HBO Max. It's like the call-ins or something, I think is what they call it, where people basically go in and they update their numbers and stuff like that, and their subscriber numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I'm hearing, it sounds like that people went and cancelled just before that thing, and that happened about, I think it was 2 or 3 days ago. But yeah, what are your guys' thoughts on that whole idea of that?
That's I have not heard that take. I mean, first of all, I agree with your whole idea of, the international part of it. I think, Zach even said, like, he had to fight for the international component of the Snyder Cut to make sure that it was getting out to as many places as it did get out to, totally. and that's a credit to Zach, for doing that. And I appreciate Zach so much for doing that, because, it's really easy for those of us here in the United States, to be able to say, oh, we'll just get HBO Max. But I know that they're right there before the release. People were beside themselves because they fought just as hard. They fought just as hard right next to all of us. And some of them even harder, because of where they were, to be able to get the Snyder Cut. And so,
well, I only got the announcement from my streaming service here about a week before the Snyder Cut actually came out. It was that close, and I was like constantly canceling my streaming service.
Are you saying that they have the international audience canceled it like right after they saw it? Is that what I understood you to say?
Yeah. No. So HBO Max, they're calling. So HBO Max does like an investor day, like Disney.
Okay.
Where they count up all their subscribers and give you your total.
The investors.
Subscribers. Oh yeah. Kinky Sphincter was talking about it too in the chat, saying it's on the 30th.
Yeah, exactly. So what I heard is that a lot of people cancelled before that thing when they go and tally up all the numbers. And I think they do that in about that week or so, when they tally up all the numbers. And so if people drop out in that like week or something, then they don't get counted as a subscriber.
They should have. Those numbers are due like 3 weeks before the investors meeting, because they have to go. Yeah, they have to go on different parameters, because they have to base it on certain things, like certain things coming and certain things going and certain things premiering. So they wouldn't be able to prepare them the week of and have accurate numbers. They may be able to have like small updates, but to give accurate numbers that they did a deep dive in, they wouldn't. Those numbers are already in. Those numbers are already in the can. And they're going to do that.
And even if people unsubscribed, they would still have the numbers of who subscribed and what they watched.
Yeah, they're still going to have the analytics and the traces.
Yeah, so it's not like they would just chime in, like watch it once or twice and get out without those numbers actually being seen. Because I know I was seeing like that some numbers, like they were able to like see like who like started it. If they watched it for 5 minutes, it was counting towards that number, because that's what they were using even for like the Godzilla versus Kong and like Mortal Kombat and stuff. Was like if you started it and watched it for 5 minutes, that counted towards their analytic that it was a watch.
You completed it too.
Yeah, I agree with TT. I keep messing that up. TTC Sniping with a $4.99 super chat says we need to have DC Studios at this point. Someone call Netflix and tell them to throw down $300 billion for it.
It'll never happen.
DC fandom will finally know peace. Oh my gosh!
Unfortunately, that'll never happen. You know why?
They'll never let it go.
They're never going to let those IPs go, and it's just never going to happen. Just the same
the
reason
whole thing would have to go belly up before it would even be offered. Yeah.
And Sony, just the same reason Sony will never give up Spider-Man. That's an IP that is basically a cash machine. They are never going to give up that IP.
Yeah. Like the other thing I also wanted to bring up as well, like with the Flashpoint movie, like that was announced way before all the whole like SnyderVerse stuff. Like, do you think that has any impact on the decision as such? Like, because basically that film is to just reboot the whole DC EU because they screwed it up so badly with the release order of the
I
film.
think a couple of things. I think a couple of things about this. And I said this before, and I said this on Cape Cast last night. I was on Cape Machine last night, and we were reviewing part 5 of Zack Snyder's Justice League, and it was a great thing. By the way, guys, go support them. We're gonna have them on the channel more, and I'm gonna do some more stuff with them because great program and a great channel.
Might put the link up
there. Yeah, I'll have to find it. I don't know, Brian, do you have a link for that? For Cape Cast? For the thing I was on last night?
Yeah, I'll get it for you.
Yeah. It's Cinemachine. Cinemachine on YouTube. So if you look at it's not Cape Machine, it's Cinemachine is the channel. But yeah, go check those guys out. But this is what I said last night on there. I said, the thing about the Flashpoint movie is I said it's like, look, I want to be able to go into that movie and love it, right? Because it's got a lot of stuff in there that I'm really excited about, right? Like I love unlike Matt Jarbo, I love the idea of a multiverse because I'm a longtime DC fan, and I think that's something that DC has done really well in other mediums, right? With comics and things like that. So yeah, I'd love to see a live action thing. The idea of combining all these things, like to me, is fantastic. The idea of Crisis on Infinite Earths, when they did it even on TV, where we got to see just a little bit of it, was amazing, right? Like I want to see him go full commit on it, but like that's my thing. It's like I don't want him to hold back. I felt like on the TV shows Crisis on Infinite Earths that they held back a little bit. There was this promise of all of it, but it still got held back a little bit because it was on TV show. Right. It was on TV show. So you really, you only had so many parts and you had to get through it. But look, the idea that Michael Keaton is coming back to play Batman. Are you kidding me? That's amazing to me. And here's my hope for the Flash movie. Regardless of what happened with Ray Fisher, Ray Fisher is not calling for this thing to be for us to boycott it. Even after everything that's happened to him, he's just saying, look, this is what happened to me. I was going to be a part of it. It's been a mess so far trying to get here, with all the different, with different scripts, with different directors and everything. I think they've got a great director now in Muschietti, and I believe in him. I wish that maybe he had more power to maybe keep Cyborg in it. But regardless, this is my hope for the Flash. After all we've been through, and after seeing their response to Zack Snyder's Justice League, we have to remember the two people that are in it from Zack's universe that we know of right now. There could be more, but we don't know right now. And that is Ben Affleck and Ezra Miller. Here's going to be a problem for me cinematically. If they continue the Flash with the character that was in Joss Whedon's version, that's going to suck, because that Flash, that Barry Allen, is unsure of himself. He's bumbling, he's stupid, and he falls over things, and he's scared of everything. The Flash that we saw in Zack Snyder's Justice League was amazing. He was learning. Yes, he was young. He was unsure of himself at times, but by the end, he freaking saved everything. He saved everyone. He stood up at the end. He had such
a strong arc.
Yes, he stood up at the end and he said, "Dad, just know that your son was one of them, was one of the best of the best." And I'm telling you, I just rewatched that yesterday, and I swear to God, it gave me goosebumps just watching it, man. When he holds up his hand, he stops time, and then he goes into it. And imagine this, they actually set it up earlier in the movie that, when they brought back Superman, he started to tap into that a little bit. It actually set it up. That's the Flash that I want to see a continuation of. So I'm a little concerned of how they're going to portray the Flash. But here's the thing also, Ben Affleck's in it. Ben Affleck's coming back as Batman. This is a movie that neither one of those guys have to do. Okay, I know that you could make the case and say, well, Ezra Miller, it's a franchise type movie. Ezra Miller would want to do it, but Ezra Miller has another franchise right now. Ezra Miller has other options right now. He doesn't. If he didn't like something about it, he wouldn't have to do it. Same thing with Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck does not have to come back as Batman for that Flash movie, but he is. So my thing is I don't think that Ezra and Ben, I would be sorely disappointed in both of them as human beings if they came back for a movie that was just going to crap on Zack Snyder at this point. If that was the thing, because I hear people saying, well, this movie's just going to trash Zack Snyder's, version and all this stuff. I just don't see in a world, I don't see where we're at right now that Ben Affleck, as excited as he was to come back for Zack to do those reshoots and everything, to just say, yeah, I'll be in something that craps all over Zack's work.
Well, the rumors have said that this movie is going to have stuff that Snyder fans will enjoy. That's been the rumor. Like, it's going to try and make everyone happy. And
you know what? That's what I'm hoping. And Paul here, has his Affleck did request changes to the script too. So that's what I'm hoping for. Okay, I'm hoping that by the time we see this Flash movie, we'll have a better case for what's going on or whatnot. And my hope is I don't want the thing to fail. Okay. I don't want the thing to fail because technically it is in some pseudo way a continuation of Zack's work because it has characters from Zack's movies in it. Right. So I don't want it to fail. But see, DC kind of wants the best of both worlds. They want to keep Momoa, right, and put him in Aquaman movies, but they don't want to keep the version of Momoa that made him great. They want to keep Wonder Woman. They want to keep Gal Gadot, but they don't want to, we just saw Wonder Woman 84. That was not Zack's version of that character. That was, Zack's version of that character, man, was kicking butt, taking names, doing flips, and cutting off Steppenwolf's head. That was awesome. This, hey, I'm an Amazonian warrior princess.
As well, with Wonder Woman holding heads as well. That was pretty.
Heck yeah.
Pretty awesome.
I brought this up on Cape Cast last night, and I didn't even think about it until last night, honestly. So everybody's like, oh yeah, this spiky look for Steppenwolf, spiky look for Steppenwolf, spiky look for Steppenwolf, right, whatever. And everybody's loved it. Like, all of us have loved it and everything. Don't tell me Zack Snyder doesn't pay attention to detail. Because let me show you something. You know who this is? That's Steppenwolf. That's the Steppenwolf that's been in comics. That's his superpower action figure from back in the day. Notice anything interesting about him?
Spikes.
Look at that.
Looks like the bad guy from Captain Proton.
Look at those spikes. You're going to tell me that man did not...
Is he holding a whip? Why has he got a whip?
Yeah, it's like an
Honestly,
electro...
that looks like the weirdest DC sex toy ever.
Right? It's like an electro whip or whatever. But here's the thing. Try to tell me that Zack does not know about detail, okay? And about thinking about these things, from that standpoint. So I look at it and I think we'll know a lot more after that movie comes out as to where they want to go with it. And I think we'll have to
we're going to know before.
Well, yeah, I mean, as we see things come out about it, I do too. And my hope is that we're able. Look, my perfect world would be that yes, we get all these multiverse things. That yes, we get different versions of these characters, and I'm fine with all that. But just don't box Zack Snyder's versions out and say that those don't exist. Yeah. And I don't think that that's what they're doing. Maybe Ann Sarnoff is saying something when she says, wait and see what we do. I don't know.
Well, I think it was kind of like, wait and see what we do and don't crap on it out the gate. You know what I mean? And I think that's something that we can all kind of get behind.
Exactly. But if they do crap on it,
of course, it's over. Like, I'm just saying,
then people need to stop. I'll have a hard time with it. Yeah.
I think what it is like, maybe some people should take a break for a few days and just kind of like get a good night's sleep. It feels better when you get a good night's sleep. Relax. Yeah. Like look in a mirror and say, hey, maybe I am the one that's like, maybe I'm part of the problem. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, we're on the precipice here of people like losing their crap over this. You know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah. Nick here has a great point. He says, not a single person in the fandom knows a thing about how the Flash movie is going to be, but at the same time, some act like they know everything that's going to happen. And of course they think the worst. And you know what, Nick, you're right. And this is where I have a problem, like say with the Fandom Menace and how they.
Well, I was going to say, I could take some other fandoms that they do that all the time. Like,
and this is where we have to rise above that and not be that, where we don't just hate it just for the sake of hating it, but that we, you know.
But I mean, I'm just saying, if you see yourself going down that dark road, like, do something to either, you know, get you out of it for a little bit, or you know, maybe. I'm saying it's just like a real time for some introspection here. Like, people need to do some reflecting and, you know, be like, hey, you know, how do I feel about this altogether? You know, let things lie for a minute, you know, or rip the Band-Aid off now, you know, to where it's you get it out of your system, and then if it does come along, you know, a year or so down the road, then you know what, you're surprised, you're happy about it. You know what I mean? So it's like there's plenty of ways to look at it, but being negative about it at this point in time is quite possibly the worst thing that you could possibly do, because it's just it's gonna show the people who watch these streams and wait for us to say something crazy so they can make hours and hours and hours of video about it. You know what I mean? And say that there's some kind of beef where there really, frankly, there shouldn't be. And in my opinion, I don't have any towards anybody. Like, I don't care, dude. They can hate all they want, but I'm just saying, don't give them more reason to loop us in with groups like that. And you know what I'm saying? Like, we need to disengage a lot from a lot of the stuff that's been going on lately. And it's like,
do you guys think that maybe the whole Amber Heard being in the film could have possibly been an issue with the audience?
If it is, I would be disappointed in our audience.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think
it is either.
There's a lot of people who make a big deal about that when it comes to gossip mongering, but I don't think the average person gives a crap about
that's a domestic issue.
Well, I mean, and to be perfectly honest, she wasn't really in the Snyder Cut very long. I mean,
no, and it's kind of the same idea
to some of the others.
It's kind of the same idea as Brie Larson. I mean, Brie Larson's doing Nissan commercials, so obviously they see some you know, I mean, there's a lot of people who have
a lot of cars for him, man.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people who say they hate Brie Larson, yet she's apparently drawing enough to you know, warrant doing commercials for, you know, large companies, you know, who are trying to get
Larson go and destroy
Nintendo commercials, like
I mean, she's doing tons. I'm sorry, what did you say?
But did Brie Larson go and destroy Johnny Depp's career is the big question, because it's more like that people are upset at the point of boycotting. But
maybe Johnny Depp destroyed Johnny Depp's career. Maybe he shouldn't have done Pirates 5. You know what I mean? Come on, Grindelwald, probably not the best career choice.
Grindelwald was awful. I'm going to be honest.
I'm just saying.
Like, I love Harry Potter so much. I just cannot get into
Fantastic Beasts.
These Fantastic
The
Beasts.
first
I tried so hard.
The first one was a nice standalone movie. The
I was like, oh, it's Jack Sparrow and as a wizard.
Yeah,
cool.
First movie's great as a standalone, like a one-off. The sequel's trying way too hard to connect with the other stuff, like to expand Dumbledore's lore. I'm just like, why?
I don't think Johnny Depp's the greatest actor either. I could care less, man.
I love the first Pirates movie.
A little far.
That first Pirates movie is fire. The first Pirates movie is fire. I literally cannot stand. No, I cannot stand.
Sequels are awful, man.
I cannot stand.
Sequels got to go down.
I went to go see. I went to go see the second one, and I literally was just like, "This is utter garbage." I fell asleep.
The second and third ones were big parts of my childhood.
I'm sorry, man.
Wow.
Take that back. It only started getting bad with like 4 and 5. The first 3 are good movies.
I'm sorry, I can't.
You're
going down a path that I can't follow. You're to quote Star Wars. You're going down a path.
Dead Man's Chest is one of the best action blockbusters made in like the last 20 years.
Here's RJ.
Why do you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
I'll defend the first 3 Pirates movies. Yeah. I think it's one of the most inventive action movies of like the last
you enjoyed years. It. That's all that matters.
Dead Man's Chest. The visual effects for Davy Jones are amazing.
Drugs.
God,
I'm not saying
I'm not
going to defend 4 and 5, but I will defend the first 3. I think it should have ended with the third movie.
What, you didn't like Penelope Cruz? Come on now, what's wrong with you?
Well, the 4th one's okay. I like Penelope Cruz and I like Blackbeard. That's
See, I
about
really
it.
like
The
the
5th one
fourth
was
one.
bad though.
I'm being sarcastic.
I'm not
I don't even watch
going to
those
play the whole
movies.
thing. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but here's RJ when somebody says they don't like it.
Any trouble? I'm here fishing, minding my own business. So look, I'm gonna need you to leave. I'm gonna need you to leave.
I'm gonna need you to leave.
Kumita champion, 1988.
Well, I'm just saying, you guys didn't like Davy Jones? He's one of I love the performance. I love the visual effects.
The visual.
Yeah, he was great in The Monkeys.
Look,
hey, with the monkeys.
Ain't nobody
Say
saying.
monkey around.
Listen. Ain't nobody saying that it doesn't visually look good. But I'm sorry. Like the second movie lost me. I went with my friends, and I wanted to love it because I loved that first Pirates movie so much. I was that second one just totally lost me.
What about the third movie?
I can't.
I don't like the
I can't revisit
Swan love triangle.
It wasn't a love triangle.
Well, it wasn't a love triangle, was it? She was
not a love
trapped. She was
triangle.
playing a game so she can get her man's.
By the way, I
liked
do want to
first
read this
two.
real quick. T, he said I can just call him T. So T with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much. This Flash being a Justice sequel, corporate suicide. I think at this point, yeah, if they commit to something like that in a hard way, and like try to push that, like I think that they can get away from it with just like being nebulous about it and just say like, hey, it's all multiverse stuff. We're just going to move on kind of deal. That's the best way to do that. If they come in with like some hard line that we're going to go off of Justice League when Justice League is as bad as it is,
it's going to be a lot of Marvel.
I won't even.
That's
You know what?
bad
As long
look.
as it ends with us with our own universe with HBO Max, I don't care what they do on the big screen anymore.
No, that's
I
true.
I
That's true.
can't.
And thank you,
If it
Daniel.
ends, no matter
Thank you, Daniel.
no matter what they do in this Flashpoint movie, as long as it ends and each creative body being able to go their own way and do their own thing, let them continue on the big screen and have at it with whatever they want to continue. If they want to continue with this reality being the one that came out of the 2017 release, fine. As long as I have somewhere to go see the content I want to go see, because some people may enjoy it. Some of the people who like Aquaman that aren't Snyder heads might like it, might go there. Give them that shot, but as long as it's not at the exclusion of the tone that I want to see. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think they're going to use this movie to split and fracture their entire continuity so that they can make money off of everybody. They can make money off the CW guys. They can make money off of the SnyderVerse, and they can make money off the general audience that's not sitting in a stream like this. Greed is a good thing. Greed may be our one of our biggest assets besides HBO Max itself.
That's one of the rules of acquisition, right there.
Right.
Greed is good.
Well, I think WB, if they really want to save face, they need to just hurry up and make a Blue Beetle movie, because I think Blue Beetle is the way to go to save.
I got that in production.
WB.
They're getting ready to go with that.
Yeah,
where's
need
that
the Blue Beetle.
Do we have a
Where's that button that made her go to sleep last time?
Okay, Nick Williams here says something, and then I want to do something, and we'll close this out. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, RJ.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed, man.
Yeah. It's 4:40 in the morning here.
No, I was gonna make a joke. You know, so all this multiverse stuff. Maybe there's a multiverse out there where you guys like Pirates of the Caribbean 2 and 3.
There must be somewhere out there.
Maybe there's a different universe, you know.
So two real quick, and then I want to do something before we leave. So Nick Williams here with this is the quote from Barbara Muschietti. Flash is the superhero of this film because he is the bridge between all of these characters and timelines, and in a way, it restarts everything and doesn't forget anything.
Sounds like what I'm saying.
So I'm definitely willing to give it a shot and give it a chance, and I'm just hoping that it's good, and that's all I think we can hope for. Anything being DC fans is just hope that it's good. Azteca here, I'm ready for Raised by Wolves season 2. Me too. Me too. All right, so I want to share something with you guys real quick. Hey, collaborative, if you want to stick around for a minute until we end, that's cool with me. Thank you for calling in, and thank you for asking, because I know we got off on these other discussions, and I had meant for this to be like I had almost thought that this was just going to be a regular call-in show, right? But
I blame Saggy.
Here you
Yeah,
go.
well,
Sasha.
I just spoke with Dawson tonight, and I didn't hear about this. Did y'all hear about Dawson's nosebleed last night? Apparently, his wife wasn't very happy with him when he sneezed.
Oh,
and it went
gross.
everywhere. Oh my gosh!
I
we
read
need
that
that.
poem
We need to
on
hear that.
Twitter. It was a three-part tweet.
Come on, dude! You're all about this blood and gore and stuff, and he has a simple nosebleed and sneezes all over, and you're like, "Oh no, not that, not that!"
Yeah,
oh
but that's
god!
coming from the nasal cavity, man.
So what you're telling me is Dawson is currently sleeping on his couch tonight. Gotcha.
I don't know. I spoke.
I'd have
It
him
must
in
have
the
happened.
doghouse.
It must have happened after I talked to him. So
Rip
I'll
Dawson.
have to ask him about that. Okay, so here is the DC. I just got this in today, and I thought this would be a fun way to close out the show today. I'll do a live on the air box opening, and so here is Green Lantern John Stewart. We've had a lot of talk about John Stewart lately with Zack Snyder's Justice League. And
so it's from the comics. It's the comic version.
Yes, this is the comic version. This is not
cool if you had
like
the Wayne T. Carr version.
Oh my gosh, right? But no, you can see here up at the top, he's got 22 points of articulation. It's got the McFarlane Toys insignia right over here, right? And right there, he's totally cool and posed in his thing. DC Multiverse, Green Lantern, John Stewart. Here's the side of the package. Whoops, side of the package with a window. Whoops, it's upside down. You can see here Green Lantern, John Stewart, DC Multiverse. Over on this side, DC Rebirth. So this is the Rebirth version. Here is the back of the box with McFarlane Toys logo there. Green Lantern, John Stewart, DC Rebirth.
Is that Jim Lee artwork? Looks like Jim Lee artwork.
I don't know if it says. I don't think it.
From a glance.
I think it says it's from Justice League number 6, though. That's what this is from. Is Justice League number 6 from 2018. So if you want to know where this artwork comes from, you can actually look that up right now if you want, and it'll tell you probably who it is. It's Justice League number 6 from 2018. So, so there you go. And then here are the other figures that you can get. The Drowned. Ooh. There's that Thomas Wayne that I bought, and I actually, speaking of Dawson, I gave one to Dawson. And then there's Robin. And who is that? That's the Bat Cycle there. That's a cool Bat Cycle. And then this right here is McFarlane's version of a Batman. He created his own version of what like he would make Batman if he were to do that. There's the stuff on the bottom, all the legalese. Now,
hey, you're not going to open it. Wait, what are you doing?
What? I'm going to open it. It's a
price. Oh my God, this is sacrilege.
It's a DC Multiverse figure. I open all my DC Multiverse figures.
William literally just had a heart attack. Thank you.
Are you serious right now?
You got to keep it in the box. You got to
keep it in the box, man.
Yeah, it's a collector's item.
It's like sacrificing a goat on a stream or something, man.
What? Not a DC Multiverse figure? No.
We're all going to hell right now.
I'm going to show you guys some more sacrilege. You want to see this? Look.
Oh no, this is going to go south.
Oh.
It's too late. You already started opening it. It's too late.
Oh, what the hell?
Listen. These DC Multiverse figures I take out and I display. I had them all displayed at work, but since I haven't had a work office in forever, I will.
You're not supposed to take Funkos out of the box.
I will. Yeah, you're not supposed to take Funkos out of the box. You leave Funkos in the box because they're cool. And I'm gonna save this box. I'll save this box, but actually, you know what? I probably won't even save this box because I don't even save these boxes. You can look at all my reviews.
Living together. Man.
You look at all my reviews online.
Oh, you're breaking William's heart. Oh God!
Look at this.
Look at how beautiful that is.
Look at this. This is,
dude. These are like so plentiful. There's nothing special about that.
Enosh's breaking hearts tonight. Oh,
there's nothing unique about this.
Oh, it's no longer worth anything.
It's like watching somebody finger paint over the Mona Lisa.
Oh,
watch this one.
No, don't know. Oh no.
Oh, he tore the box. He said, "Hell with your boxes." Oh,
I think there's a card in the back, isn't it?
Enosh is possessed by a demon.
So on these,
it's live murder.
You do have to be very careful because this is a trading card right here.
Very careful.
So you have to be very careful so that you don't bend the trading card. The first Batman that I had, I did that, and I ended up finding somebody who gave me theirs. But yeah, you got to be very careful, or you can bend this card. But see, there's the card.
You know what keeps the card intact, Enosh? Keeping it in the box.
I was gonna say, you care about the card now?
Well, I do care about the card. The card is cool.
It's like watching a dog eat a copy of Action Comics #1.
Oh no, Action Comics #1 is a completely different thing. Give me a break. That's like a $4 million comic.
I love
the $20 figure.
I love Nick Williams' comment, but I'm gonna add to it. Enosh woke up and chose violence today.
See, he's taking out his frustrations on an action figure.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you want to hear? Here's his bio. It says John. So here's
what would Enosh do if he ever found Action Comics #1?
He'd rip the pages out.
I would. Shut up. Shut up. No, I would not. I
the
would
show's
not.
production quality would increase 10.
The show's production. I'd be coming to you live from the studios at Poindexter Lounge.
I hate to hear that. That was my helicopter in the background, guys.
Right? Trust me. I wouldn't be sitting here like having to pull up things. I'd be like, my real producer. I'd fly Brian out, give him a full-time job, be like, Brian is the real producer. He'd be my Andy Richter.
That's right. That's right. That'd be perfect.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, some dude found an Action Comics #1 in the walls of his house.
Oh wow,
that's real. He found an action. He did some renovations on his house. It was an old farmhouse, and he found an Action Comics #1 that whatever the kid had just put it like years and years ago. Like, you know what I mean? Put it in his wall, and that was it. That was it. So, anyway,
imagine if the guy didn't know what it was.
Oh, I know.
Found the comic.
Right? Oh my gosh. So crazy.
Nick is on fire tonight.
Nick is funny.
Chip, we're out of toilet paper. Bring me the Action Comics.
That's exactly what I see happening.
No, that's why I got this. I got this for that. Hold on a second.
Nick woke up today and chose funny.
That's all right. There's 15 other of those at Target. You can get one in the box too.
That's what I'm saying. There's plenty of these. No, that's why I have this right here.
Well, and if you ask a lot of people, if you need a Rose Tico action figure, there's still plenty of those on the shelves.
This was given to me years ago by a girl that I worked with at Kinko's. She actually shrink wrapped this and gave this to me at Kinko's. She printed that off, and I've had this all this time. And I joked with her because it's been probably like 9 years since she made that for me. And when the pandemic hit, I'm like, hey, but I've got this one just in case.
That toilet paper lasted longer than that Green Lantern figure did. That's kind of.
Shut up! Shut up! You're acting like this is like some mega important thing, and it's not. It's not.
It's probably got like 10 of them in the background.
There are plenty of things that I keep packaged, and I do, but this is not one of them. Yes.
I have a very important question, and I need you to answer me honestly.
Okay.
This is serious. Where is your Blue Beetle figure?
I do not have a Blue Beetle.
You're a monster.
Now you could rip that one open. I wouldn't care. I don't think it's worth anything.
Wow, you guys are evil.
Alejandro?
Oh, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, see?
You just took a pop. Hey,
why do you guys hate Blue Beetle so much? What's wrong with Blue Beetle?
I know, there's so much Blue Beetle hate out there, man. Y'all are evil.
There you go, Alejandro.
Pop figures just don't look right out of the box in somebody's hands. Look at that.
I know, right?
Ooh, the Baroness. Yeah.
Baroness, baby.
That's actually sick.
You got 15 Cobra Island Baroness figures? How the heck did you get 15 of these? My Target got 2. That was all my Target ever got was 2. And I bought one of them. And if I hadn't showed up at 8 in the morning, right when they opened, and asked the guy to go in the back and get it, I wouldn't have gotten this one. Like, seriously. Oh my gosh.
Damn.
Yeah. I don't care anymore about
Enosh.
Hardcore. Enosh broke my heart.
How did I break your heart?
Because you don't have a
Blue Beetle figure, dude. You have every figure in DC but Blue Beetle? Wow, that's discrimination.
That's getting clipped.
I'm gonna send you one. I'm gonna send you one. I'm gonna
send me a Blue Beetle
figure.
Send it
unboxed,
there you go.
So you don't have to.
Oh, shut up!
So he doesn't have to break William's heart on stream. Have you?
Why do we need to take the vision out of the box on air?
Do not see? Look at all of the boxed things that I have, like all over, man. Like, but I have a lot of unboxed stuff too. Like, everything doesn't have to stay in the box.
I was gonna say, did you not see all those over his shoulder there? All those unboxed things sitting on the aircraft carrier there.
A lot of those still retain their value even outside the box.
No, that is very true. Especially a lot of those older ones.
Yeah. especially the GI Joe stuff. The GI Joe stuff retains a lot of its value. Pop figures don't. Pop figures plunge.
I got it because I like Baby Yoda. I was like, you know.
Yeah, okay.
And I got it at 7-Eleven, so I don't think it's like has a lot of like emotional value.
Well, he will be. He'll be in a very safe place with the rest of my McFarlane figures. Okay, so I display my McFarlane figures at work, and I'm getting a bigger office.
The box was the safe place, but okay.
Oh my gosh! So you don't open anything?
No,
William.
No,
nothing.
I'll show you next time. I know.
You don't open anything?
No,
William. How does this break your heart? Look at all these boxes.
They're all empty, aren't they?
Yep.
Well,
why do you keep the boxes then?
Your poster's falling out.
Yeah, my mum sort of started me on it. She kept on throwing out the boxes on me, saying they were a waste of space. And,
that's the figures. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Like I went on holidays to the UK and brought like 8 Funko Pops back, and by the time I got them in the bag, she had gone and taken them all out and went, "I will save space," and gone ripped all the Funko box up and stuff and put them in the bin. And I was like, I was so mad that day.
Oh my god!
Well, if you would have left those Funkos in there, she wouldn't have done that.
Can I just say something? Like keep the camera on you. Can I just say something?
Okay.
You look a lot like younger me.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it looks like
No, I'm serious. Like I got pictures of me. I got pictures of me, and like I had long hair. And I didn't have glasses, but I think we found the missing link between me and Dawson. We always bring up that stuff between me and Dawson that we look alike. This is the missing link between. This is when Dawson turned into Enosh. Oh my god, that's so funny.
This is late '80s Enosh, ladies and gentlemen.
No. I'm not that old.
If you put the glasses on, he looks like a cross between John Oliver and Danzig.
Hold on. Enosh.
I'm not that old. This right here was mid '90s Enosh. This was mid '90s Enosh.
Yeah, I can see the Pearl
Collective,
Jam,
collaborative. How old
facial
are you?
hair and everything. Facial hair and everything.
17.
How old
Enosh.
are you? 17.
17.
Enosh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a filmmaker.
Were you ever in New Zealand at any point 17 years ago?
Oh, hey now.
You old enough to be your grandson, Enosh?
It's not old. What?
Well,
like,
for sure.
By what criteria is that he's old enough to be my grandson? He's old enough to be my son.
Started early, man.
Yeah,
no, he's old enough to be my son. He is old enough to be my son.
I think a DNA test is in order.
Oh my gosh.
I got this as an April Fool's Day joke. Someone got me this. It's a Mayor McCheese Funko Pop.
Okay,
Dude,
so I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna show you guys right here.
I met Ronald McDonald once.
Okay, hold on.
What do you mean you met Ronald McDonald once?
Once?
Yeah.
Where you
You
know
have
him
to
from?
change his name to Collaborative Lounge Studios. Might be your long lost child or something.
I had the inside case on him. I was flipping burgers and he stood next to me.
What?
Who? What? What are you talking? What happened?
He said he met Ronald McDonald.
I
and
met
Mayor
Ronald
McCheese.
McDonald.
I did too, and I was so petrified of him. I
because
ran
he's a
away.
clown.
Has anybody here met Grimace? The purple guy, Grimace?
Yes, I met Grimace.
What is Grimace?
He's a monster. Purple monster.
Isn't he the purple McDonald's monster that no one talks about anymore?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because no, there's a reason why. But
Yeah, he got a drug addiction, and he's on the outsides of McDonald's looking
you gotta
for.
go behind the burger. You gotta watch the
Whatever happened to the Hamburglar? You guys remember the Hamburglar?
He did time, and he's in rehab, and then now he's an outstanding citizen. He goes to church every Sunday.
He got a
He's got
job
an
at In-N-Out.
OnlyFans page.
He got a job at In-N-Out Burger.
Okay, hold on a second. Oh, what the heck you guys are talking about? Okay.
What's this guy gonna? Hey, if you
Talk
open
about
these up,
McDonald's mascots,
Okay,
No,
sure. Hold on.
brought up
I've been
Mayor
trying to pull it. My
McCheese.
computer's been acting like squirrely.
Yeah, I see.
Meatloaf. It's Meatloaf.
How we're doing the thing for love. But
Life is a lemon, and I want my.
No, I'm kidding, dude.
Oh my!
It's never ending.
Yeah, I could see it.
All
man.
right, yeah, I can see it. Again,
Put some glasses on him.
Enosh, I'm gonna pay for a DNA test for you, okay? So you don't have to tell them.
You might find a whole bunch of kids.
I wasn't a rock band.
You put that in the database, you might have like 16 kids around from that are all age 17, 20 years old.
Somebody said something about the stream ending weird. So now we're talking about Grimace, the McDonald characters.
We're our imposters.
Impossible
We're the
children.
imposters.
Possible
Look
children.
at that. All empty Funko boxes.
You know what? I can't see you right now, dude.
I know. That's the whole point.
This is
Why
awful.
Why you guys want to hurt William like this tonight?
Well, and the Vision one is why
Bradley met Grimace.
Yeah, that one's fresh.
I got the glow in the dark world.
William, do you know how I know that that's very most likely an Enosh's child, because they both don't keep their figures in their box.
Oh,
that's what I'm thinking.
Enosh gets around more than Bruce Wayne.
Oh no.
We're gonna have a Maury Povich show.
Did you guys
Enosh,
know
you are
that,
the father?
Yeah. No, the real reason why I actually unbox these things is I prefer to get a smaller amount
You're
of
like your
Funko
dad.
Pops, spend less money, and then have more, and then have the boxes on display themselves as well as the figures.
Well, because they're artwork. There's some stuff that like I don't take out of the boxes because they're absolutely artwork.
This
is like molds. I just have particular taste. I only have like 2 Avengers, Spider-Man, Big Bang Theory, and One Division, and then Falcon and Soldier, of course.
So here we go. Here's the bio for Green Lantern. How tall do you think John Stewart is?
6'3".
6'2".
6'1".
The official height of John Stewart is 6'1". He's as tall as me. What do you think? How much do you think John Stewart weighs?
210.
225.
225.
Anybody else? Anybody else?
Under.
225 with the ring.
Under.
I just said I said 210.
Is it lightweight?
215.
215.
Under.
190.
185.
He's a beanpole.
27.
No clue.
No, that's not accurate.
That's
yeah. Did you guys not know that Grimace was the real villain of Infinity War?
Thanos Grimace. That's awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay.
Probably smarter than
the official weight of John Stewart is 200 pounds even.
He had an infinity mitt. I saw that.
I saw it too. John Stewart is a former U.S. Marine who uses the military training and discipline to protect, military training and discipline to protect Earth and the rest of Space Sector 2814 as a member of the intergalactic peacekeeping force known as the Green Lantern Corps. As Green Lantern, John wields a power ring which creates a protective shield around him, allows him to fly, and generate hard light energy constructs in the form of anything he imagines. Fueled by willpower, Green Lantern's power ring is one of the mightiest weapons in the universe. So there you go. So there's that. Now, are you ready?
Oh, hey, I gotta check out Enosh. I can't watch this.
Oh, come on!
You know what you also can't watch is that I also have.
Now you got a partner who's taunting me from around the world there.
His
I have a Rise of
legitimate
Skywalker
child.
popcorn container. I kept my Rise of Skywalker popcorn container. That's gotta hurt.
Am I being targeted here?
Some of them were cool though. The IMAX had like TIE Fighter ones. They were pretty sweet.
So check him out. He's got this cool like green thing here that you can take that off.
Why don't you just pop his head off? There you go. Just pop the head off. You know.
No, I got that for this one because I'm doing I'm doing a custom. I'm doing a custom of this one. I'm doing a custom of this one with a Christopher Reeve head that I have to paint. Because this was an extra figure that I had, and so I got this off of eBay, and so I'm going to paint it and actually do a custom of Christopher Reeve head with that one.
That actually is pretty cool.
Yeah, so I got to paint that one though. But so
in William's eyes, though, Enosh is like the version of Sid from Toy Story 1.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
what the heck? How?
garage.
How? It's a mass-produced figure, dude. It's not even a hard-to-find figure. It's a mass-produced, easily found figure. It's not like this is like a one-of-a-kind special figure. This is like just literally.
Yeah.
You know, but anyway, so he's got this is his articulation. His head goes all the way around like that. It will go up and down a bit. He's got right here, you can see his arms go up. They've kind of got these like little wing.
I like how much you can move the arms, so that is actually really cool.
His arm will go all the way around like that. He has a double bend elbow for great poses like that.
And then, of course, like where this is going.
Then his wrist will go around like so.
Gonna be one of them Ken doll moments.
His other arm does the exact same thing. He does not have. Well, he's got a little bit of an ab crunch right here. You can see. So he's got the ab crunch there, and he will turn around all the way at the waist there, and then he actually turns around at the hips as well, and then it's got like this little kind of rubbery piece right here that kind of goes down to his crotch there, and so. He can't do the splits fully because these McFarlane figures have these really weird hinges there. So his legs will only go so far.
I did not want to see Jon Stewart do that.
Yeah, don't zoom in on that. Don't zoom in.
Had he remained in the box, he wouldn't be seeing this right now. This was the ultimate end. This is where all this was headed.
Yep. It was building up to something. You guys wanted to see the Jon Stewart cut, man.
This is why you keep the figures.
This is what Zach has.
Here's the Green Lantern scene. Drink it up.
All right, I'm unsubscribing.
Oh my!
Okay, wow. Okay, we're going
to
close.
I'm a member.
That's for Saggy right there. That's for Saggy. No. You brought the puppet in. I'll bring. Okay. So then he's got a single bending. No, it's double bending. I'm sorry. Double, it's a double joint knee right there. Double joint knee.
If I see this toy on OnlyFans, I'm leaving.
Ball
that
joint
hurts
there.
My ankle right there.
I know, right? And then for some reason they have these little toe bends or whatever. So
why? Like there's some parts of someone's wondering why they
because you're supposed to keep it in the box.
So that you can post it running.
Our toys have 72 points of articulation.
Exactly. But then, of course, because he's got his little lantern ring there, you can put this back on him right here.
So it's like armor.
Yeah, so he glows. And then he comes with these two accessories right here. So one is like a backpack for some reason.
Go buy it now.
Oh, it's not a backpack. It's a machine gun. That's where all the bullets are.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah. So I guess you need that. And so he's got a little hole in his back. Right there that you can put that right there in there.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, the things that you see on stream, imagine the things you don't see what he does with the action figures. Thank you.
When the cameras are off.
He does have a Star Wars bathroom, guys. Just remember that.
That sounds pretty cool.
And then it has this giant Gatling gun.
Oh, it's awesome. Freaking minigun.
Bro.
Nice.
So
it reminds me of Injustice, the video game. Green Lantern, like one of his moves.
Takes a lot of will to wheel one of those.
Machine gun, Gatling gun.
It'd be cooler if it actually shot things.
It would be. It would be. But you know what? I'll be honest with you. The more I collect, the more I don't like stuff that actually shoots stuff because it's so easy. It's so easy to lose. Like, look, I've got the guy from Shazam. Who's the villain in Shazam again?
It's Dr.
Savannah. Yeah. So yeah. I've got his figure, and he comes with the 8-ball. And I swear to God, I was doing a review. If you watch my review on my channel here for Dr. Savannah, I did that at my old church because we had a studio in there, and I used to do these reviews in the studio. That's one of the reasons why I haven't done reviews in a while because I don't have the studio anymore, and I really liked the look of that studio. And so the thing is, though, is I came home and I had that all together, and I came home and I could not find the 8-ball.
You know how you don't lose the 8-ball?
You gave him in a box.
Just leave it in the box.
Yeah. Okay. But I couldn't find it. And I kid you not, I went out at 1 a.m. in the rain, went back up to the church, and I spent 2 hours out in the parking lot looking for it. And then I couldn't find it. So finally I went in the building and I went in the studio, and there it was on the ground.
I have no sympathy for you whatsoever.
I found
it. So it was like a little tiny 8-ball, like an accessory for
you did not deserve to find that 8-ball.
Yeah, it was just a little tiny 8-ball. But you know what? I used it in a sermon. I used that experience in a sermon that I preached about how the Bible says that Jesus
find your 8-ball?
No, because there's a couple stories. There's the story of the lost sheep, of the shepherd that goes and will be willing to look for a lost sheep no matter what. Like he'll even leave the 99 sheep that are all tended to and cared for to go and try to find that lost one. And then there's a parable of the lost coin where a woman, she has many coins and she loses one, and yet she sweeps the entire house and looks over. I said, I did that with my action figure accessory. because it meant something to me, right? And how we mean something to God. And so we may not feel like we may not feel like we're worth anything or like we mean anything to anybody, but God cares. So there's your sermon for the day. But there you go.
It looks really cool. I like the detail in the figures, especially the faces. You know,
but I try and avoid paying for molded plastic.
Yeah, it's a nice likeness. It's a good
they have some Harley Quinn multiverse ones, don't they?
Not in this. They do. They will have one Harley Quinn in the Jester's outfit, but they were supposed to have one from Birds of Prey, and apparently there was something wrong with the mold. And
yeah,
no, that figure looked awesome, and apparently they're still supposed to come out with the figure. So.
Yeah, I saw the one of the Batman the animated series one where it's like
it'll probably come out after Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
William, does that hurt? That's a limited edition glow in the dark genie out of its box.
What is this? You see this?
It's a Will Smith pop. It's Will Smith.
Damn.
Yeah. I've also got a limited edition Desert Moon Jasmine out of the box.
Why would you? If they're limited edition, why would you? Not give them the box?
Why don't you just eat them?
I don't know.
They're as valuable as food now.
Buying molded pieces of plastic and then getting them out. This is just a normal Jasmine, and I still have this one.
I have a signature from the Blue Meanie.
Yeah, you can keep that in the box.
So there you go, folks. That is my review of Hal Jordan. It's not Hal. I'm looking at Hal Jordan right here because I've got.
Actually,
we'll compare him to other Green Lanterns.
Hal Johnson.
Hal Johnson.
Actually, I'm curious. Enosh and William, what are like the rarest toys you guys have? Like the most like valuable collectibles?
It's Headless Superman. It's like
for me.
His head off.
Oh, man,
I have a 77 Millennium Falcon. I have a 77 X-wing. I have the junk compactor from the Death Star.
You have the what?
The compactor from the Death Star.
Oh, you only have the compactor?
That's the part that they came out when they sold it separately when the Death Star playset. They go up. Most of my older toys, and then I got some autographed Funko Pops from actual people that are in movies and stuff like that.
Oh heck yeah! Well, that's that's the kind of stuff you put in like a glass case,
Yeah, and the rest of my Funko Pops they're in the box.
That's my Death Star playset right there, and the trash.
No, I have the perfect line of dialogue for that scene you have there with the Headless Superman.
Which one are you pointing to? Move to the right.
Oh yeah, I have that Doomsday too.
Green Lantern lowers the.
I painted this Batman. I painted this Batman. That's a Batman from the Dark Knight.
Doomsday Mother.
Let me see your trash compactor set. I just call it the trash compactor set.
Well, I don't. It's not. It's at the bottom of that. It's in the glass case, so I can't just.
Okay. See, the one I had just has the thing. It has that. Okay. I just call it the trash compactor set.
Because what's like the rarest Star Wars toy from the '77 run when the first movie came out?
It's gonna be the Falcon because the Falcon has a lot of pieces that are just fall off.
Oh no! Wouldn't the rarest one be the Boba Fett with the jetpack?
I heard a rumor that.
Are you talking about ships or figures? Because the Obi-Wan one should be the.
Because I heard the
Obi-Wan with the lightsaber that comes out of his
Star
hand?
Wars toy was like the Jawas.
Oh no, that's not. No, that's not the rarest. That's not the rarest. What the rarest would be? Well, if you're really just talking rarest, would be that rocket firing Boba Fett, but they never mass produced that, so I wouldn't count that because that's just a prototype. Anybody
mass produced wise,
yeah,
he's the rarest.
Yeah. So that was for everybody who's like, oh yeah, the rocket firing Boba Fett, whatever. Like, so I've got a couple rocket firing Boba Fetts that people have created, but that figure was never made. That figure was never made. It was. They were going to, and then they stopped.
Safety reasons. Why?
Because of safety. Well, because a kid choked on a thing I think it was a Battlestar Galactica piece, or was it Battlestar Galactica or Buck Rogers? It might have been Buck Rogers.
It was Buck Rogers.
I think it was a
Buck Rogers. Find out. That's a good question though. What's the rarest Star Wars? Mass produced. I'm not talking about the
so I think it was. Oh man, if I remember right, it's one of the last 17 figures made are the hardest to find. Like everybody tries to collect those because there was no movie around those. Okay, so there was no movie connected with them, so nobody bought them. Nice. Nobody bought those figures. And so they're very rare. In the
Or like
fact,
extended universe stuff, or
no, this was in '83. They put out a line called "The Power of the Force." People literally thought that there was a fourth movie coming out called "The Power of the Force," and it was just some characters from the movies, the three movies, and that's all it was. But they're really hard to find.
Did they ever make toys off of the Ewoks cartoon or the Droids cartoon?
Yes.
Okay.
And those are super hard to find. Those are very rare and very expensive. Those Droids cartoons, so I'll show you this. I got two. Okay, hold on a second here. My buddy, who makes these things for me, he made those. That's what they look like. That's what. Let's see. Am I on the screen? Hold on a second.
Yeah, I think it's a little blurry, but I can kind of see it. Yeah.
Shivers, dude. You must spend a bunch of money on action figures.
I don't know if you can see that or
if the glare is kind of up there, but I can kind of see it.
Yeah.
Is that better?
All that fancy lighting.
Yeah. So anyway, so those are very, very rare. And they're very, very expensive. So my buddy just made me one of those, So
that's really cool. Yeah.
The Boba Fett from there is a regular looking Boba Fett, but he's on that card for droids. And oh my gosh, it's super expensive. It's ridiculously expensive. Oh my gosh, that thing goes for thousands.
Are there any rare G.I. Joe toys?
Yeah, I don't know about.
Or what about Transformers toys? Any rare Transformers
Well, the Transformers
toys?
stuff that's the most expensive stuff is if you can get the die-cast stuff in still good condition, but a lot of it is not because of the way it was designed. Like I have a Jazz, and the Porsche from Generation 1 in the box, and when you look at it, it's because of the way the screws and the die-cast, it's kind of buckled. It's brand new, still has the plastic.
Zeno brought up the A-Wing. Was the A-Wing toy only released in the Droids cartoon line? I thought the A-Wing was
released for the Jedi line.
There is one that was released for Droids, and that one is worth a lot. Yep, that one is hard to find because of the box that it came in, because of what it was. One time Hinash would benefit from a full screen. He doesn't do it. Nice. Yeah, I've got an A-Wing. I got a couple A-Wings actually.
A-Wing was Return of the Jedi, wasn't it? Didn't that come out with Return of the Jedi?
Yep.
Because I got that for my birthday. I got that for my 9th birthday. An A-Wing and a B-Wing.
So we can take a look here. Rare Star Wars figures. I mean, if you just look this up.
Yeah, Rocket Fire and Boba Fett.
Yeah, because
$4,000 for a telescoping Darth Vader.
Well, yeah.
So money.
Well, that's the double telescoping Obi-Wan and Darth Vader. So that's that. There's a difference. Because the rocket firing Boba Fett is a prototype. So there are some that exist, but they're very, very rare because there's only like a couple.
We're the one out the original mold.
The double telescoping versions of Obi-Wan, Darth Vader, and Luke Skywalker are where the lightsaber came out of their arm, but then it had the little tab on the end. Well, the double telescoping is where it actually comes out further. That little piece comes out further, and that's very super rare. This Vlix character right here, number 4. Speaking of that, Vlix, 45,000 plus. That's from the Droids line. And then a vinyl cape Jawa. Yep, that's one of the rarest. That's one of the ones that people really, really want is the vinyl cape
paying
Jawa.
This money?
They're collectors, man. They're collectors. It's ridiculous the things that some collectors will pay. I mean, they just do. Here's that Blix
how much
guy.
have you spent on some of your toys or collectibles? Let's say.
What's that?
How much do you think you're probably going to spend on your collectibles, for your Star Wars ones?
Oh man, you know what? I would really have no idea because I've been collecting for over 20 years, and there's just I would have to I just don't even know.
You have to get them appraised too.
Yeah, I'd have to get them appraised, and try to figure that out. But I mean, I've been collecting. I don't collect necessarily to for that reason. I don't collect, for as something to make a ton of money off of them, or or even have. Shut up! I have stuff that's in the box, for God's sake. No, I'm just messing. But yeah,
I don't.
Yeah, no, I've got a ton of stuff that's in the box. Just those McFarlane figures, though, just aren't. They're not. They're not going to be worth anything. I mean, they're not going to.
Hey, Todd McFarlane's going to come on the stream and be like, "What? What did you say about my figures?"
Todd.
He's going to be in the chat. He's going to be in the chat.
He's going to be in the chat. Todd, I see what you're saying. My figures are worth nothing. Actually, I have fought people about the fact that I love the Todd McFarlane figures, and I don't think that it's right. The people who have acted like his figures aren't very good, because the Todd McFarlane figures are awesome. I love the McFarlane figures.
You remember Movie Maniacs when those first came out?
Yes. Those are good figures.
I got the one, the Crow. I got the Legend one with Darkness in that big tank, and he's got a shield. And I got the Crow where he's standing in front of his apartment window, and he's got the guitar and the broken glass.
Now, see, all of my Star Wars Black Series figures, I keep these in the box because I like the way that they display. I mean, look at that. You know, I mean, like, why wouldn't you like that? You know, so I keep all my Star Wars Black Series figures in the box. You know, like I said, there's a lot of stuff that I do keep in the box, but there's just a lot of things. Like if I know that it's just like I know those are mass produced, but some of those are harder to come by, right? If I know that like I could go buy something at any time and literally find it in the box anywhere, then it's obviously not going to affect the value. You know what I mean? Like. Check out Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles figures. So I just got, it's in the other room actually, because I've got a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles upright arcade game now. And so I got the full line from the 1990 movie. And I got Splinter and Shredder and the Super Shredder from part 2. And I'm going to put those around that. So yeah, I'm gonna do an arcade stream and show you guys my my little mini arcade that I have now, because I got my Superman game fixed and it's home, and I'm so happy about that. So,
all right, I'm gonna bolt out, Enosh. Now
yeah, it's good. It was a good night. It was a good night. Yeah, I'm gonna
figures. The Kiwi guy taunting me like that. Fine.
Yep.
Fine.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at
all right. So now I'm leaving.
All right,
what you did.
We'll see you, man.
See you later,
man.
man.
See you, William.
Well, hey guys, you know what? With that, it's been fun. We're just over the 4-hour mark. This was a good stream. We had fun tonight. I hope you all had fun with us and that you had a good time. And thank you for all sticking around with us. Brian, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, sir?
Well, you can find me on my YouTube channel right down here, Brian Master of None. You can find me on Twitter, Master of None 67, and Instagram, Brian Master of None. So yeah, I try to keep it as easy as possible.
Keeping it real.
Yes,
I keeps it real.
Well, after 2:00 in the morning, this is what you get.
Oh my gosh, it is after 2 in the morning for you, isn't it?
Little chest fur. Look
at that. Where's your chest fur there, RJ?
Oh shoot! It's still the grimace one on. Hold up. Hello.
Oh, big change there. Okay.
Yeah. So you can follow me on Twitter at Resident Justice or on YouTube at Resident Justice, and yeah, I'm always hanging around and stuff. So easy.
Well, we got to see some chest fur from you. We got Brian's here. Brian showed us his chest fur.
Hamburger meat.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, maybe.
It's all right.
Saggy, why'd you tell them where they can find you, hon?
You can find me grifting all over the internet.
That's like I love that. That's the key word lately is grifting. Everything is grifting now.
To grift.
Like, people don't even know what grifting is. I watched a video about me yesterday that said I was grifting, and I'm like, I don't think you know what that word means.
I didn't even know how to explain that, because I said that to my real life friends when we were playing games tonight, and they're like, "How are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm grifting," and they're like, "What the heck is grifting?" I was like, "I don't know."
I still don't know what it means either.
Is that like that song I be stroking? Like I be grifting.
Every day I'm grifting.
They see me grifting.
I be grifting.
They see me grifting.
I grifted to the north and I grifted to the south. I grifted everywhere. I even grifted with my mouth. I be grifting.
Ooh, you grifted with your mouth.
Next mixtape when? Yeah.
Where's your channel?
Saggy Mountains with the Z. Everywhere.
Everywhere. Everywhere. You guys can always find William here on the channel. Collaborative Kiwi Studios, do you have a a place where we can find you?
Yeah, I do. I have a Facebook. I'm a DP here in New Zealand, so you can find some of like my short films and stuff that I make. And
Nice.
then I also a podcast with a guy over in Australia, Halogen Helix. So that's really where I do on Friday night, I think, called the Clean Slate Podcast.
Cool. What was the podcast again?
The Clean Slate Podcast.
I've seen that.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm the guy who's the filmmaker critic who has never seen really any classic films in his life. So it's normally good fun and a good laugh.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe come and check me out on there. I'm not sure.
Heck yeah. We'll do that. Well, hey guys, thank you all for being here. I appreciate you all. I have fun with you guys every time that we ever do these things. And I think it was some great conversations tonight. Great conversations about classic films tonight for sure. And we will be doing speaking, I don't know about this, but watch parties. We will be doing the Condor Man watch party here soon. And then look for an announcement on us doing the Star Wars watch party where we'll do a whole day and watch the non-specialized editions. And don't forget, tomorrow night we'll do a stream where we give another one of these bad boys away to anybody who is a member. What do we have? 3 new members tonight. That's awesome. So if you're a member, or if you're a part of the Patreon, or if you give a super chat at any time, you are in the running for one of these. I got 2 more of these to give away, one tomorrow night and then one next week. And then we'll have another giveaway. But hey, that's how you get in on this. Signed by Victor Koo. Look at all these wonderful people and the shininess of it. Oh, it's so awesome. Shiny. Tiny, shiny people holding hands.
I think I watched Moana too many times, bro.
Hey, good to see. By the way, good to see Pelican 74 in the chat. I miss you, man.
Yeah.
Always good to see you, buddy. Always good to see you in the chat. Yeah, man. It's been a while.
Loving you.
All right. So you can find us, of course, Point Extra Lounge all over. We're on all the social medias. All those links are in the description below of this video. And hey, hope you enjoyed it and had a good time. All right. Because that's what we're all about here at the Point Extra Lounge. And remember, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. And don't try to tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter. But try to stay positive. Try to look at as like Brian would say, probably the sunny side of life. The life of,
right?
Take it from the life of Brian.
Always look on the bright side of life.
And that's what I'm saying, man. Look at the sunny side of life, and try to find things that you like about stuff instead of harping on the things that maybe you don't like. We all have our own critiques of things, and that's fine. But life is too short to just be angry at anything really for too long. Even WB stuff. Like seriously, like you know what? We can have our opinions. We can do our thing. And then at the end of the day, we all have to go back to our real lives, right? And I get it. These things are like family to us. These properties are very, very important to us, and that's why we hold them dear, and we always will. And we will always keep fighting. So yes, hashtag restore the SnyderVerse. Keep that in mind, and you know what? Keep fighting. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep using the hashtag. But you know what? Do it in a polite and a nice way, and do it with respect. And if you do those things, and you treat people with respect, there'll always be a place for you here at the Point Extra Lounge. Until next time, stay nerdy.